payments, every national currency is linked at once to gold and to other national currencies, and the fluctuations in its relative purchasing power, the fluctuations in its rate on the free or black market, are indices of the extent to which it is or is not depreciated. This depreciation results from a property which is peculiar to public fiduciary currency alone, the solidarity, the collective equivalence, of all the banknotes printed by the state. Metallic currency, a product of human labor, possesses an intrinsic value. The increase in its circulation, over and above the stock of currency socially necessary, does not lead to its becoming depreciated but to its being hoarded. It is the same with convertible banknotes, the excessive issue of which may furthermore lead to a flight of gold. Private fiduciary currency, issued by insolvent capitalists, brings about its own complete depreciation along with the bankruptcy of the issuer, but does not automatically depreciate the private fiduciary currency issued by other private persons. Public inconvertible paper money, on the contrary, is subject to depreciation as soon as an excess issue takes place, not accompanied by an equivalent increase in the commodities in circulation. All the banknotes being depreciated together, the increase in the currency in circulation, far from leading to their being hoarded, causes, on the contrary, their dehoarding. Their value thenceforth depends on their declining purchasing power. The quantity theory of money here applies with a certain amount of validity as this currency is now depreciated, people try to get rid of it and instead to hoard precious metals, metallic money or other, non-depreciated paper money. Private hoarding of gold between 1946 and 1951 was estimated at an annual average of $250 million. In this way Gresham's law made itself felt. Bad money, more or less depreciated, drove good money out of circulation. The automatic rise of prices as a result of the depreciation of paper money occurs only in a country where price formation is more or less free, i.e. determined by economic forces alone. The inconvertible is a question of international disputes, only the gold value counts, whether this be to the advantage of the French parties to the dispute about Serbian and Brazilian loans before the Hague Court in 1929, and about the Norwegian loans in 1957, or to their disadvantage, loan issued by the Messageries Maritimes. Banknotes can be imposed on a country for a certain time, along with strict regulation of the exchanges, which makes it possible to limit to the minimum the increase of prices, in spite of a substantial issue of paper money, shown only on the free currency market abroad and the parallel, illegal markets in the country itself. This was the case in Nazi Germany. 56. However, a system like this of deferred inflation implies other contradictions which need to be studied separately, within the framework of the managed economy and the economy of rearmament and war. The balance of payments. Even when a paper currency is solid, i.e. when it has not been issued in excess of the socially necessary stock of currency, and when it possesses a gold cover traditionally regarded as adequate, it may lose its convertibility into gold. This happened to the pound sterling after 1931. The cause of this inconvertibility lies in the dual function of gold, at once cover for paper money and also sole international means of payment. Just as private fiduciary currency circulates within a country only to the extent of the private issuer's solvency, i.e. his capacity to pay a bill when it falls due, public fiduciary currency circulates internationally only to the extent that the issuing country is solvent, that it has the capacity to settle in gold, or in currency convertible into gold, its debts to other countries. This does not mean that every purchase made abroad entails a transfer of gold to the selling country. On the international plane as on the national and local plane a clearing system operates which implies the transfer of the net balances only between the amounts due to the foreign country and the amounts due from it to the country in question. These net amounts appear in the balance of payments, which is mainly made up of the following entries: a. The trade balance, i.e. the difference between exports to a given country and imports from it. If exports exceed imports in value, there is a credit entry in the balance of payments; if the opposite, there is a debit entry. b. The movement of capital, i.e. the difference between the outflow and inflow of capital. Into the first of these categories go the purchase of shares, factories, and bonds abroad, and foreign landed property, together with the placing of capital in foreign banks, and the sending abroad of dividends, interest, assurance premiums, or insurance for foreigners who own property in the country in question. Into the second go the purchase of shares, bonds, factories, land in the country in question by foreigners who bring in their capital, the placing of foreign capital in national banks, the repatriation of dividends, interest, assurance premiums, etc., by residents of the country, and the sending of gifts, public and private, from abroad to the country in question. If the import of capital exceeds the export, this will mean a credit entry in the balance of payments, if the reverse, a debit entry. C. Maritime traffic. Ships of the given nation which carry goods abroad are paid for the freight in foreign currency which they bring into the country. Contrariwise, foreign ships which bring goods into the country are paid in currency which they take out of the country. If the first total is greater than the second, there will be a credit entry in the balance sheet, if the other way round, a debit entry. D. Tourist traffic. If the tourists of the country in question spend more money abroad than foreign tourists spend when they visit this country, the entry will be on the debit side. If the opposite is true, it will be on the credit side. E. The movement of immigration and emigration. If immigrants bring more funds with them than emigrants take out, the entry will be on the credit side, if the contrary, there will be a debit entry, etc. So long as a country has normally a credit balance of payments, the convertibility of its paper currency is secured by a relatively modest stock of metal. But as soon as the balance of payments begins to become regularly a debit balance, only a substantial stock of metal can, as a rule, maintain the convertibility of the paper currency. Otherwise, the outflow of gold risks causing speculation and panic. 57. Finally, if the majority of the commercially important countries abandon the gold standard, as happened during the 1930s, the other countries are compelled to follow suit, since otherwise their national currencies become the object of international speculation and are systematically withdrawn from circulation. The balance of payments affects the volume of money in circulation, and thereby, when the paper currency is partly or totally inconvertible, the purchasing power of money. A permanent deficit in the balance of payments is the product of inflationary tendencies, a surplus is the product of deflationary tendencies. However, in the short run, when the central bank pays exporters the equivalent of the currency surplus it accumulates, a surplus in the balance of payments may provoke an inflationary tendency, because this extra purchasing power finds no counterpart on the market. 58. To avoid these effects, the surplus in the balance of payments would have to be neutralized by an increase in domestic saving. 59. Central banks and bank credit. So long as a currency is based on the gold standard, the role of the issuing institution consists in safeguarding first and foremost the convertibility of the currency. The restriction of credit that it can bring about by raising the discount rate is conceived in the first place as a means of restricting the fiduciary circulation, and only indirectly as a means of correcting the excesses of a boom. In the age of inconvertible paper money, however, the tasks of the central bank extend to become a function of supervising the entire economy. It has in fact to regulate the credit policy of the commercial banks, which, in their turn, influence the whole progress of the economy. 60. The central banks of the 19th century had as cover the banknotes which they issued, their supply of gold, or silver, and the bills they discounted. They influenced the volume of credit by means of the discount rate. The economic and financial instability characteristic of the epoch of decline of capitalism, after the First World War, compelled the central banks to resort to extra cover and to different methods of influencing credit. On the one hand, the large private banks possess considerable reserves which render them largely independent of the discounting policy of the central bank. On the other, in a period of marked depression, the mere lowering of the discount rate is no longer an adequate stimulus to increase the volume of credit, exchanges and circulation of money. In these conditions, the central bank resorts to an old technique, which was already in extensive use by the public banks of the 17th and 18th centuries, the policy called that of the open market. This policy had always been permitted in the USA but was practiced on a large scale particularly after 1933. It was authorized by a special act in Britain in 1931, and in France and Belgium in 1936. It provides that the central bank may buy and sell government stock, loans, treasury bonds, etc., on the open market. When the government wants to effect a contraction in the volume of money in circulation, credit, it can sell government stock, which results in an ingathering, and so a sterilization, of bank notes, or, what comes to the same thing, a reduction in the current credit accounts of the private banks with the central bank, and a reduction in the amount of bank money that these banks can henceforth create. 61. Contrariwise, when the government wants to enlarge the volume of money in circulation, credit, it must buy up government stock, which results in an issue of new banknotes or an increase in the credit accounts of the private banks with the central bank. The open market system can, however, easily degenerate into a means of covering state expenditure due to a budget deficit. 62. It is in the USA, where the depreciation of the currency has nevertheless gone less far than in Europe, that government stock today represents the chief corresponding value to the bank money of the private banks, and a far more important entry in the assets of the central bank than the private obligations. Until 1933, the principal way in which money came into existence was through short-term borrowing by business concerns. In 1929, the loans of commercial banks accounted for nearly two-thirds of the country's supply of money. At the end of 1950, they accounted for less than one-third. The largest single source of money supply is borrowing by the government. The holdings of government obligations by commercial banks are half again as large as their short-term loans. 63. However, the supervisory function that the central bank can exercise in its capacity as ultimate source of cash is not absolute. It can either rigidly determine the amount of currency or else rigidly determine the cost of money capital, cash, that is, the rate of interest. The first path was followed in the 19th century, the second is being followed now. 64. But to regulate simultaneously and rigidly both the amount of currency and the rate of interest is impossible in a capitalist economy. Currency manipulations. The dual function of gold, that of serving as metallic basis to paper money and that of acting as international means of payment, makes this precious metal an instrument of economic and commercial policy. When the national currencies are freely convertible into gold, their respective value is determined directly either by the metal content of the coinage or else by the gold cover of the bank notes, which are mere tokens for the precious metals. When the convertibility of paper currencies is more or less abolished, these currencies acquire a forced rate in relation to foreign currencies. This rate is usually determined by international conventions, but it can be modified unilaterally. If it corresponds to the actual relationship between the purchasing power of the two currencies, it will usually be respected and will undergo only slight ups and downs, caused by temporary fluctuations in the balance of payments between two countries, in the reciprocal supply and demand of their respective currencies. And 3. If this rate is, on the contrary, an artificial one, a parallel, free or black market will appear, on which the currency thus officially overvalued will be depreciated in exchange for other currencies. A government may attempt to bring about internationally such a depreciation, with the aim of favoring its exports, either in order to improve the balance of payments or to help the general state of business. As the rate of exchange of an inconvertible currency is a forced rate, the government can lower it by mere decree. It can announce arbitrarily that henceforth there will correspond to the unit of currency a gold equivalent devalued, say, by 20% and that consequently, foreign currencies will henceforth be quoted at a rate 25% or higher than before. A depreciation of the currency effected like this, called devaluation, causes the prices of a country's products in foreign markets to fall. American and British cars are competing on the Australian market. Let us suppose that the current selling price of the American car most frequently sold in Australia is $3,000, which is worth £750, at the rate of £AL equals $4. The British cars, which cost £600 sterling, will be sold at £752, if £1 sterling is worth £AL 25. But if the pound sterling is devalued by 20%, or this same car will be sold at £600, without any reduction in the cost of production or the manufacturer's profit. The use of devaluation as a weapon in competition comes up against two obstacles, however. A. It risks starting a snowball, with all countries trying to improve their trade balance in the same way. This is what happened after the devaluation of the pound sterling in 1931, which entailed the devaluation of 34 other national currencies between 1931 and 1935. The same phenomenon recurred after the devaluation of sterling in 1949. B. Every country has not only to export but to import as well. If devaluation reduces export prices, it increases the prices of imports. It thus favors the industries working for the export trade using home-produced raw materials, as against the industries working for the home market using imported raw material, and so leads to a redistribution of the national income. These effects can be mitigated if substantial stocks of foreign raw material have been accumulated before devaluation, or if a fall in the price of these goods is expected, a favorable change in the terms of trade. In the end, the elasticity of the foreign demand for the products exported by the country devaluing its currency will prove decisive. 66. A currency policy opposite to devaluation can likewise tend to bring about an increase in exports. Without modifying the backing of the country's paper money in gold or currency, it is possible to cause a fall in prices on the home market by restricting credit and the amount of money in circulation, lowering nominal wages, etc. This fall will then react on export prices. As a rule, however, this policy of deflation increases the stagnation of business and the degree of unemployment within the country. 67. So destroying all the advantages to be expected from an increase in exports, which, moreover, are neutralized, as with devaluation, by international chain reactions. If pressure on money wage rates improves a country's balance of payments, it becomes possible for home producers to gain advantages at the expense of foreign producers, and thus to shift the incidence of unemployment onto other countries. These other countries who find their exports declining and their imports rising will react to the resulting unemployment by putting pressure on their own wages. If, however, wage cuts in country A are followed or outpaced by wage cuts in country B, the former does not obtain a net advantage. 68. In fact, after the outbreak of the economic crisis of 1929, there followed one after the other two international chain reactions, first a deflationary one, then one of devaluation. The manipulations of paper currency by governments who try to use it as a weapon against the trade cycle have created illusions as to the possibility of correcting serious excesses in the conjuncture by means of a managed currency. By increasing the amount of fiduciary money in circulation and lowering the rate of interest, the banks of issue can in fact encourage an expansion of credit by the commercial banks, which is expected to favor economic recovery when there is depression. However, the influence of the rate of interest on economic conjuncture should not be exaggerated. An investigation undertaken in the USA shows that the interest paid by the entrepreneur represents there a very small element in the cost of production, 0.4% of the cost of production of manufactured goods, 0.2% of the cost of production in the building trade, 0.8% of that of mineral products, and 0.2% of distribution costs. 69. It is an illusion to suppose that the banks can ensure on their own, with the aid of the central bank, an expansion of credit and of the stock of currency. They can at most grant loans more easily and at lower cost. But for the stock of currency to increase effectively by way of credits on current account, it is further necessary that the entrepreneurs should effectively use the facilities thus provided. It is the entrepreneurs and not the banks who are really the initiators of the expansion of bank money at the start of recovery. 70 Now, in a deep depression things look so gloomy that no conceivable drop in the rate of interest is likely to induce a businessman to embark upon any but the most blatantly desirable adventures. 71 It is then, in the last analysis, the factors that determine the economic conjuncture as a whole that explain the transition from a depression to an economic recovery, and among these factors the manipulation of the stock of currency and the rate of interest play only a subordinate role. 3 For ms of inflation. Depreciation of the currency is as old as public currency itself. It is engendered by the needs of the state which mints the coins or issues the notes. Its oldest form is the falsification of the alloy, base metals being substituted for precious ones. Owing to the sharp oscillations in prices to which it gives rise, it disorganizes the economy of any society based on petty commodity economy. The Czech chronicler Cosmas, who died about 1125, called it worse than the plague, more disastrous than an enemy invasion, than famine or other calamities. 72 Paper money, which seems to free itself from its metallic basis, offers by its very nature a strong temptation to depreciation, either intermittent or continuous. Accordingly, in the imperialist epoch, this depreciation or inflation has become a quasi-universal phenomenon. Several degrees of gravity need, however, to be distinguished. Moderate inflation corresponds to an issue of fiduciary currency, or an increase in the stock of currency by other means, without any immediate equivalent increase in goods or services, but in circumstances in which the volume of employment and production increases. For this to happen, a certain amount of unemployment and a reserve of unemployed means of production are needed, among other things. 73 When the state uses the increased stock of currency to buy goods and labor power which serve to make means of destruction, i.e. goods which do not come back into the reproduction process, it can, by imposing a strict control of prices, conceal the inflation for the time being, until the disproportion between the amount of money in circulation and the actual circulation of commodities breaks the ephemeral equilibrium. The balancing equivalent to this price control has in these conditions to be the sterilization of a part of the public's income in the form of forced saving. 74 In this case, concealed or deferred inflation represents a promise to increase the circulation of goods sometime in the future through an increase in home production converted back to normal uses, or else by the plundering of foreign countries. If this reabsorption of purchasing power without any counterpart does not take place, the inflation effected will eventually bring about a rise in prices. When a substantial issue of inflationary paper money is accompanied by a stagnation or a diminution in the circulation of purchasable commodities over a prolonged period, notably, when full employment has already been achieved, or in the setting of a war economy, the rise in prices takes place at once, and starts a vicious circle. Inflation feeds on itself. Depreciation of the currency leads to a rise in prices. This increases the budget deficit, which in turn is covered by a fresh inflationary issue of paper money, and that entails a new wave of price increases. The depreciated fiduciary currency does not go out of circulation anymore. Everybody who can tries to get rid as soon as possible of this depreciated currency and hoards real values, gold, foreign currency, jewels, works of art, industrial shares, property in land and buildings, etc. The wage-earning classes are hardest hit. 75 When the state's expenditure begins to exceed its income by a big margin, as the result of a lost war, occupation costs, reparations to be paid, etc., what appears is galloping inflation. The depreciation of the currency goes from bad to worse every day, if not every hour. Banknotes are issued with astronomical face values, and depreciate faster than they can be printed. Exchanges by means of money grow fewer and fewer, and people go back to barter. Industry risks being unable to reconstitute its capital and no longer realizing surplus value if it exchanges commodities for such depreciated currency. Its products are therefore withdrawn from the market and stored, which brings about a stoppage in the economy and the complete collapse of the currency. These phenomena occurred in Germany in 1922-23 and in 1945-48, in China in 1945–49, in Romania and Hungary in 1945–47, etc. Purchasing power, circulation of currency, and rate of interest. When interest is seen as the rent for money and it is thought to depend on the supply and demand of cash, there is a temptation to seek some ratio between the amount of currency in circulation and the rate of interest. But this is to forget that the rate depends on the supply and demand of liquid money capital, and that definite social conditions are needed if the currency in circulation is to be transformed into capital. In fact, this mass of currency is divided socially into two major categories: a, the amount corresponding to the wages and salaries of workers and other employees, together with that part of the capitalists' funds earmarked for their expenditure as private consumers; b, the amount corresponding to the circulating capital of enterprises, profits not yet reinvested, depreciation funds of fixed capital not yet used, and savings from all sources. The first category does not represent in any way a supply of liquid money capital, but is instead a demand for consumer goods. The second category may represent both a demand for means of production and a supply of liquid money capital. 76. It is only through the quantity of this second category of currency in circulation that the rate of interest may effectively influence the proportion of money capital that will be hoarded, the proportion that will be lent to banks or to industrial and commercial firms, and the proportion that will be directly used by the owner for buying means of production. But this allocation of the mass of money capital between different destinations will not depend exclusively, or even primarily, on the rate of interest, but on the general state of business, the exact stage in the industrial cycle, the rate of profit, the ratio between rate of profit and rate of interest, etc. It cannot be asserted that an increase in the stock of money causes the rate of interest to fall and a diminution of the stock of money causes it to rise. Whether the one or the other consequence occurs always depends on whether the new distribution of property is more or less favorable to the accumulation of capital. There is no direct connection between the rate of interest and the amount of money held by the individuals who participate in the transactions of the market. There is only an indirect connection operating in a roundabout way through the displacements in the social distribution of income and wealth which occur as a consequence of variations in the objective exchange value of money. 77. This does not mean that expansion of the volume of currency plays only a secondary role in the evolution of capitalism. On the contrary, its expansion is an essential condition for this evolution, for two reasons. On the one hand, the tremendous increase in production and productivity which is characteristic of capitalism would have been impossible without a corresponding increase in the stock of currency, independently of the ups and downs of the exploitation of mines of precious metals. 78. On the other hand, given the influence it exercises on the level of prices, the expansion of the stock of fiduciary and bank money determines the particular form taken by the redistribution of the national income, i.e. the increase in the rate of profit which occurs at the beginning of every economic recovery and without which this recovery would not be possible in a capitalist economy. Economists such as von Mises and Schumpeter have sufficiently described the phenomenon they call forced saving. 79. Forced saving, i.e. the reduction in the purchasing power of wages through depreciation of the currency, is indicated by von Mises as a source of the formation of capital. And in this indirect way these writers, who reject any theory of surplus value based on exploitation, recognize that capital is not the product of the thrift and self-sacrifice of the capitalists, but of the forced saving and sacrifices imposed on the wage earners by the way capitalism works. One class has, for a time, robbed another class of part of their incomes, and has saved the plunder. When the robbery comes to an end, it is clear that the victims cannot possibly consume the capital which is now well out of their reach. If they are wage earners, who have all the time consumed every penny of their income, they have no wherewithal to expand consumption. And if they are capitalists, 268, who have not shared in the plunder, they may indeed be induced to consume now a part of their capital by the fall in the rate of interest, but not more so than if the rate had been lowered by the voluntary savings of other people. 80. In other words, and paradoxically, only a fall in the rate of interest accompanied by a rise in the rate of profit at the expense of the wage earners, i.e. of their purchasing power, constitutes a real stimulus to capitalist production. Chapter 9. Agriculture. Agriculture and commodity production. The development of agriculture lays the foundation for a real division of labor, the separation of town from country, and for generalizing exchange relations *, but agriculture long remains outside the mode of production which it has engendered. Long after petty commodity production has appeared in large towns, centers of international trade, production of use values continues to predominate in the countryside, only a few leagues from these metropolises. Only the surplus of the production of a few farms is sent to market. When the Roman Empire undertook to ensure the feeding of the Roman proletariat, together with its numerous legions, the trade in wheat, oil, wine, and olives experienced a great expansion. The oscillations in the trade in these commodities have even been regarded by some authors as the decisive index of the decline of the empire. 1. But this was actually a matter of providing supplies not for an anonymous market but for the state. 2. And, furthermore, supplies which were unpaid for or paid for at a very low price. 3. And thus a direct or concealed form of taxation. It was only in the centralizing and transport of these masses of agricultural produce that merchant capital played a big part. The state in its turn distributed this produce free to the population of big centers such as Rome and Byzantium and to the legions. In this way the entire cycle of supply remained outside the realm of commodity production. The latter appeared, so far as agricultural produce was concerned, only in the sale on the local markets of the surpluses of the peasants and nobles, and in the sale to the state of the produce of the slave plantations in Sicily. It was, generally speaking, the same in all pre-capitalist societies. When, from the 16th century onward, money economy became general in Western Europe, commodity production extended more and more in the countryside. At the same time, the development of capital gave rise to a new social class, the farmers. These men did not want land as a means of obtaining their subsistence, they wanted it as a basis for producing agricultural commodities, the sale of which would bring in a profit. Domestic industry and rural crafts, heavily attacked by the products of large-scale factory industry from the 18th century onward, began to fade away. This evolution was fully completed in Western Europe only during the 19th century. In Eastern Europe and other economically backward parts of the world, the corresponding evolution took place only at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th centuries. It is today far from complete in all countries. Nowhere, moreover, has the production of agricultural commodities completely done away with the production of use values, since even in highly industrialized countries like the USA, Germany, and Belgium, subsistence farmers still exist to this day. Peasants who sell on the market only the surplus of their production, their numbers were estimated, in the USA, at 1,250,000 families in 1939. 4. Pre-capitalist rent and capita HST ground rent. In civilized pre-capitalist society, agriculture constitutes man's chief economic activity. Ground rent is therefore the essential form of society's surplus product. It is produced by agricultural producers who, in practice, dispose of their own means of production and possess at least a customary right to their land, in exchange for which they surrender part of their labor time, labor service, or of their production, rent in kind, to the property-owning classes. This division of the peasant's product into necessary product and surplus product, ground rent, takes place wholly outside the market, in the sphere of the production of use values. In pre-capitalist society, the transformation of ground rent from rent in kind into money rent is already in itself a sign of social decomposition. It presupposes an extensive development of the production and circulation of commodities, and also of the circulation of money. It is by selling part of their production that the peasants obtain the money they need to pay this new form of rent that they owe to their feudal lords. Although, however, commodity production is necessary for money rent to appear, the latter remains quantitatively independent of market conditions. What is typical of it, and situates it at the end of the evolution of pre-capitalist rent, which always has this characteristic, in all its previous forms, is that it is fixed, and, thereby, independent of the movement of prices and of the total money income of the producer. By way of exception, regarded as an investment for money capital which is expected to bring in an income proportional to this capital. In the barbarian period and the first part of the feudal period, only a small part of the land was freely negotiable. Immense areas, left as forest and grassland, were royal domain. Other huge areas were the inalienable property of the church and the monasteries, and even the secular possessions were mostly tied up with a whole hierarchy of relations between those who granted land and those to whom it was granted, whereby their alienation, though not completely impossible, was nevertheless hindered in 1,000 ways. No less fixed were the relations between owners and cultivators. As regards the latter, the tie of custom took the place of the bond of contract, reducing the great majority of the workers on the land to the condition of colony tied to the soil, who could not freely leave the land and yet could not be evicted from it, either. 7. Capitalist ground rent is quite different from this. It appears in a society in which the land itself and its main products have become commodities. It results from the investment in agriculture of capital which has to bring in the average profit. Like capitalist industry, it thus presupposes a separation of the producers from their means of production. It further implies a separation between the basic means of production and the farmer entrepreneur, between the owner of the land and the owner of capital. It is in this circumstance that it is distinguished and is separated from capitalist profit. Origins of capitalist ground rent. The origin of a market for agricultural produce in Europe is intimately linked with the development of the towns in the Middle Ages. An initial development of trade disorganized the monoreal supply system, and favored the appearance of these first local territorial markets. The Lord's monoreal marketing system was giving way to the organization of a local territorial market slowly being worked out. It was found unprofitable to cart corn long distances to a home manor for consumption, or to a market center within the monoreal group, when good marketplaces had to be passed on the way, and when, perhaps, the corn was finally deposited in a district of a large surplus, and therefore low price. In other words, the territorial market gradually cut in upon the monoreal corn supply system, and ultimately supplanted it. 8. This evolution was a slow one, however. It was only in the second half of the 15th century that real local markets became predominant in Britain. 9. Moreover, the formation of territorial markets was hindered by the supply policy of the towns, which endeavored by all means to prevent an increase in the price of foodstuffs. 10. In these 274 conditions, the unification of the national market was not possible, and in each country a series of regional markets were established with markedly different price levels, reflecting the particular regional conditions of comparative plenty or want. In medieval England, the region with the highest price for wheat and that with the lowest were only 50 miles apart. In April 1308 there was a difference of 40% in the price of wheat between the towns of Oxford and Cuxham, separated by only 12 miles. 11. It is in the evolution, from the 16th century onward, of these local markets supplied essentially out of the surpluses of producers of use values, into great metropolitan markets, that we must look for the origin of agricultural capitalism. The prodigious development of urban centers like London, Paris, Antwerp, Amsterdam, Hamburg, etc., upset the relations of supply and demand as regards agricultural produce. 12. These great cities concentrated within their boundaries a considerable proportion of the national population. In the case of London, 20% of the British population from the end of the 17th century and 20% by the 19th century. The supply of foodstuffs to these populations depended no longer merely on the neighboring agricultural areas, but on a large proportion of the entire agricultural production of the whole country. 13. This tended to level out agricultural prices on the national scale, and this in the sense that the prices paid in the metropolitan area became the basis for the national price of wheat. Thereby, contrariwise to what happened in the local markets of the Middle Ages, the areas with big wheat surpluses which were near the capital could sell their wheat dearer than remote areas where there was a shortage, allowing for transport costs. 14. After the metropolitan market, the next stage, achieved in a single century, was the world grain market. London attracted not only the wheat needed for its own feeding but also all the wheat intended for export, for maximum valorization on the markets of the world. 15. The appearance of vast metropolitan markets from the 16th and 17th centuries onward was accompanied by a complete reversal of the food supply policy of the big towns. For these it was no longer a question, as in the Middle Ages, of restricting the price of foodstuffs by every means. On the contrary, it was a question of ensuring by every means an adequate supply of foodstuffs for the town at any price. 16. It was in this sense that the metropolises played the part of an apparently unlimited market, thus fostering the introduction of capitalism in agriculture. No longer were only the surpluses of rural production sent to the town, the maximum possible amount of wheat was sent, so that often the country people were reduced to subsistence level. 17. The movement for the enclosure of common land was stimulated, not only by attractive prospects for sheep raising but also by very high prices of wheat. The appearance of the metropolitan market and the ending, for the agricultural producers, of free use of the soil, i.e., the introduction of capitalism in agriculture, were intimately linked together. 18. The importance of this stimulus can be judged if one considers that, from 1500 to 1800, the price of wheat in Britain rose from index 100 to index 275, and in France from index 100 to index 572, whereas the prices of metals and textiles rose by only 30% during the same period. 19. In the same epoch, the rationalization of agriculture, the transition from the three-field system to the planting of crops which restore the soil's fertility, and the growing use of chemical fertilizers, increased, first in Flanders, Holland, and some parts of Germany, then later in Britain and France, the minimum funds needed by a farmer if he were to take advantage of this miraculous manna of rising agricultural prices. From the end of the 18th century one needed, in England, to dispose of a minimum capital of £5 an acre in order to exploit an arable farm, £8 an acre for a mixed farm, and £20 an acre for a cattle or sheep farm. 20. The ownership of capital thus became the condition for any viable agricultural enterprise, however modest. In this way all the conditions for the penetration of capital into agriculture were realized. Now, as it penetrated into agriculture in the old countries of Western and Central Europe, this capital was confronted by two circumstances which were utterly different from those existing in industry and trade. Whereas in industry all the material factors of production machinery, raw materials, labor could be produced and reproduced by capitalism itself, and produced at a price relatively or absolutely lower and lower, in the case of labor, thanks to the industrial reserve army. In agriculture, the basic material element of production, the land, is given, in limited quantity, once for all. It constitutes a natural monopoly, marked forever with the stamp of shortage. 21. Whereas capital could freely enter and leave every sphere of industry, it could not freely enter agriculture. There, the ownership of the land had been seized by a class of landowners who forbade access to it unless a rent was paid. The land thus constituted a twofold monopoly at the beginning of the capitalist mode of production, a natural monopoly and a property monopoly. So long as agricultural productivity lags behind the increase of the population and the productivity of industry, a dual differentiation of prices will exist. Since the whole of agricultural production is absorbed by the market, the selling price of wheat will be determined by the conditions of production prevailing on the plots of land which are least profitable, through their degree of fertility, the way they are cultivated or their geographical position, so that this price will greatly exceed the price of production on the more profitable farms, which will thus realize a super profit. Since, furthermore, agriculture does not participate in the general equalization of the rate of profit, owing to the existence of the monopolies mentioned, even the wheat produced under the least profitable conditions is not sold at its price of production but at its value, which is higher than the price of production just because of the technical backwardness of agriculture as compared with industry. the lower organic composition of capital in the agricultural sphere. Capitalist ground rent originates in this dual differentiation, and exists only to the extent that this differentiation exists. Differential ground rent in industry, super profits are realized when the productivity of an enterprise is higher than the average. Even if this higher productivity makes it possible to sell commodities above their price of production, it leads to a lowering in the average market prices. In agriculture too, big differences in productivity enable certain enterprises and the owners of certain pieces of land to realize a surplus profit. But this profit does not coincide with a reduction but with an increase in the market price. So long as, through increase in population and a lag in agricultural productivity, the demand for agricultural produce exceeds the supply, this price will remain determined by the value of the agricultural commodities produced under the worst conditions of profitability. If all the human labor expended for the production of foodstuffs is socially necessary labor so long as all the products of agriculture find purchasers. Even those agricultural commodities which are produced under the least profitable conditions will find an equivalent for their value, it will thus be this value that will determine the average selling price of wheat. The difference between this price and the price of production of the wheat produced on land with a higher productivity represents a differential rent which is taken by the landowner. This differential rent may arise in two different ways, from the difference in natural fertility, or geographical situation, between different plots of land, or from the investment of different amounts of capital. We call these two cases differential rent of the first type and differential rent of the second type. Take 3 plots of land of the same area, on which 3 farmers are working, each with capital identical in amount and organic composition. This capital, for 1 million francs expended in a year, produces 80 quintals of wheat from plot A, 100 from plot B, and 120 from plot C. If the average rate of profit is 20%, or the selling price of the wheat will be 12 francs, or 15,000 francs per quintal, the price of production of the wheat on the least fertile of the plots. Plot A will thus bring in no differential rent. The product of plot B will be worth L5 millions, if this plot be let, the owner will receive a differential rent of 300,000 francs, the farmer who actually cultivates it will have to be content with the average profit of 200,000 francs. The product of plot C will be worth L8 millions, if this plot be let, the owner will receive a differential rent of 600,000 francs, the farmer who actually cultivates it having, once more, to be content with the average profit of 200,000 francs. As transport charges are incorporated in the selling prices of agricultural products, the plots nearest to a metropolitan center will bring in a substantial differential rent. Here is an example taken from the United States: distance from Louisville, Kentucky, rent of land, price of land in miles per acre, $8 or less 1185 312 9 to 11 59 110 12 to 14 5 to 37 106 15 or over 466 95 * from 0 to 5 miles from an urban center, dairying zone. Average rent, $15. From 5 to 17 miles from an urban center, maize zone, average rent, $8. From 17 to 27 miles from an urban center, wheat zone, average rent, $5. From 27 to 50 miles from an urban center, ranching zone, average rent, $2. So long as agricultural prices tend to rise, the capitalists are interested in investing in agriculture, so as to extend cultivation to uncultivated land or to get higher production from land already under cultivation. In the first case, it is not necessarily a matter of less fertile land, it may involve land which is less accessible, more remote, land which needs considerable drainage or irrigation if it is to produce more than land already under cultivation. But these investments of capital have to be depreciated over a certain period. During that period they therefore increase the cost of production, and, thereby, the price of production. The same is true when production is increased on land already cultivated, through the use of additional quantities of fertilizer, a better selection of seed, the introduction of agricultural machinery, the employment of agronomists in short, through further investment of capital. Experiments in the USA have shown that in the 50s an average of 1233 bushels of wheat per acre could be got there when wheat is grown without a break and without using fertilizer, 2358 bushels when a certain optimum amount of fertilizer is used, but without any break in the growing of wheat, and 32 bushels when an optimum quantity of fertilizer is used and a 4-year rotation system followed. 24. Let us go back to our example of the 3 plots of land, A, B and C. Assume that an extra investment of 1 million francs in plot C results in an increase in production from 120 to 220 quintals. On the 2 million francs thus invested, the capitalist has to realize an average profit of 20% or 400,000 francs. But the 220 quintals will be sold for 3 million francs, if the selling price continues to be determined by the price of production of wheat on the least fertile plot, or 15,000 francs per quintal. Of these 3 million francs of surplus value, 400,000 francs will go to the capitalist as average profit, 600,000 francs will go to the landowner, as differential rent of the first type, and 300,000 francs represent the differential rent of the second type which the farmer will endeavor to keep but which the landowner will try to get included in the rent, when the lease is renewed. Unlike differential rent of the first type, rent of the second type is less obvious and therefore less directly seizable by the landowner. Absolute ground rent. Up to now we have encountered rent, superprofit, only on land where, through better fertility or geographical position, or through additional investment of capital, the price of production is lower than it is on less profitable land, so long as the latter price determines the price at which agricultural products are sold. What will happen, though, to land of this latter category? Where the cultivator and the owner are the same person, there is no problem, since the capitalist will, in principle, be content with the average profit alone. It will not be the same, however, where the owners of these plots of land do not cultivate them themselves. In this case, the payment of a rent to these landowners remains a precondition for the plots concerned to be open to cultivation. So long as the selling price of wheat is less than or equal to the price of production of wheat on these plots, they will remain uncultivated, because farmers would not be able to pay the rent without encroaching on their own average profit. Why should they, when, by transferring their capital to industry and trade, they can realize this average profit? But from the moment that the selling price rises sufficiently to bring in a rent even on these least fertile plots of land, their exploitation will be undertaken. And throughout the first period of the capitalist mode of production, the lagging behind of agricultural productivity, as compared with industrial productivity and the increase of population, actually did create such a situation. Where does this rent come from which appears on the least fertile land? Its source lies in the fact that the wheat produced under these conditions is not sold at its price of production but at its value. And that the latter exceeds the price of production because the organic composition of capital is lower in agriculture than in industry. Whereas the monopoly of landed property prevents the free flow of capital in and out of agriculture, so that agricultural capital is thus prevented from sharing in the social equalization of the rate of profit. Giving up part of the surplus value created in its sphere to the general share out of this surplus value. Suppose that the annual production of industry amounts to 400 billion C plus 100 billion V plus 100 billions equals 600 billion. Agricultural production might be determined somewhat like this: T 200 billion C plus 100 billion V plus 105 billion S equals 405 billion. The average rate of profit in industry would be IH equals 20%. In agriculture, the products will not be sold at their price of production, embodying a profit of 25%, i.e. at 375 billion, T but at their value. Or 405 billion, i.e. with 30 billion super profit. This will be the absolute ground rent which appears by way of the super profit. The rate of profit in agriculture will be G or 35%. Let us now go back to the 3 plots of land, A, B and C, which we quoted as examples in connection with differential rent of the first. The selling price is equal to the value of a quintal of wheat produced on the least profitable of the plots, A, that is, to the capital invested, 12,500 francs, plus 35% profit, 4,375 francs, or, altogether, 16,875 francs. The absolute rent arises from this difference between the value of a quintal of wheat produced on plot A and its price of production, 15,000 francs, 12,500 francs plus 20% or average profit. Ground rent, needless to say, is not produced by the land. A piece of waste land does not produce an atom of rent. Ground rent is produced by labor power engaged in cultivation. It is thus surplus value, unpaid labor, exactly like industrial profit. But it is a special kind of surplus value, which does not participate in the general equalization of the rate of profit, owing to private property in land, and which thus provides a super-profit as a result of the lower organic composition of capital in agriculture as compared with industry, absolute rent. This super-profit is further increased by a super-profit which arises from the fact that all the labor engaged in agriculture is socially necessary, even if it is engaged under conditions of productivity lower than in industry. Ground rent and the capitalist mode of production. Ground rent thus represents a twofold loss for the bourgeoisie as a whole. On the one hand, a certain amount of surplus value does not participate in the equalization of the rate of profit, and as this amount is produced by capital with an organic composition lower than in industry, it could have increased the average rate of profit. On the other hand, the prices of agricultural products are increased, since they are sold according to the value of the products coming from the least profitable plots. This makes necessary a minimum level for wages which is higher than would be the case if rent were abolished, and thus means to some extent a transfer of value from industry to agriculture. This is why the most logical representatives of the liberal industrial bourgeoisie, notably Ricardo and John Stuart Mill, fought for the abolition of private ownership of land. In newly settled countries like the United States, Australia, or Canada, where enormous expanses of virgin land were at the disposal of the settlers, absolute rent could disappear completely. The land was distributed free, on payment of a purely nominal tax due to the state. In the USA, under the Homestead Act of 1862, it was possible to become the owner of 160 acres of uncultivated land after 5 years of effective occupation. In Canada, 90% of the 58 million acres occupied by the settlers were distributed in the same way. 26. The source of absolute ground rent, namely, the private monopoly of ownership of land, was thus proved, by a negative experiment. Where this monopoly is not found, neither does absolute rent exist. The existence of ground rent is not only an obstacle to the optimum development of the capitalist mode of production in general. It especially hinders the development of capitalist relations in the countryside. The rent taken by the non-cultivating landowners is withdrawn from agriculture and not reinvested. It reduces the investment fund available and slows down the accumulation of capital in agriculture. Thus, in Switzerland, between the eve of the First World War and the eve of the Second, the farmers' total capital increased from 1,160 to 1,673 Swiss francs per hectare, whereas the landowners' capital increased from 4,280 to 6,167. Only a small fraction of this latter increase, 52 Swiss francs to be exact, came from improvements in the land. 21. The rate of accumulation of capital in agriculture is thus lower than in industry. This determines a productivity of labor in agriculture which is much lower than in industry, as may be seen from the following table: occupational distribution of the population, and contribution of industry and agriculture respectively to the formation of the national product, in percentages, in 1950 to 51, Country industry agriculture gross national pop product Italy 23 34 49 29 France 29 40 36 29 Denmark 32 36 28 22 Netherlands 32 39 19 12 Norway 32 46 31 15 West Germany 44 55 22 12 2 For 1956 the report on the economic situation in the countries of the Community of the Common Market Commission shows that the agricultural product per head of active population amounts to no more than 76% of non-agricultural income in the Netherlands, 58% in Belgium, 57% in France, 56% in West Germany and 38% in Italy. 29 The fact that a great part of farmers' capital is tied up in the renting or purchase of land * entails a period of rotation of capital which is longer in agriculture and building than in industry. A rotation cycle takes 4 to 5 years, on the average, in agriculture, and 8 to 10 years in the building trade in the towns in the United States. 31. But the appropriation of differential ground rent by the landowner presents above all a major obstacle to land improvement. Farmers have little interest in working to achieve an improvement which will inevitably cause the landowners to increase the leasehold charge they have to pay. Landowners try to make tenancies renewable as frequently as possible, annually, if they can, so as to ensure a correspondingly regular increase in differential rent. Farmers, for their part, are interested in securing long leases, so as to be able to benefit by the improvements due to their capital, or their labor, in the case of small farms. 19th century Ireland offers the classic example of the injustice resulting from the appropriation of differential rent by the landowner. In the year 1870 there were 682,237 farms in Ireland, of which 135,392 were leasehold and 526,628 belonged to the class of yearly tenancies. A yearly tenancy was terminable at 6 months' notice without compensation. Only in the case of about 20 estates were the buildings and standing farm equipment provided by the landlords. In all other cases the tenant had to supply the fixed capital as well as every other form of capital required on his farm. The termination of the tenancy thus enabled the landlord to confiscate the capital invested by the tenant. Between 1849 and 1880 nearly 70,000 families were evicted and dispossessed. The alternative to eviction was willingness and ability to pay a higher rent, and this in fact enabled the landlord to confiscate by another method the capital as well as the industry of an industrious tenant. 32 Such an unjust system inevitably leads to a defensive reflex by the farmer which is detrimental to land improvement. Even with a lease of 9 years, the farmer had too often to spend the first 3-year rotation reconstituting the fertility impaired by his predecessor. He cultivated the land normally during the second 3-year period, and then spent the last 3 years exhausting the land in one way or another. A friend of mine who is familiar with agricultural problems estimates at 20% the resulting underproduction. 33. Certain crops, such as orchards, which require constant attention over many years, are incompatible with leasehold and the separation of land ownership from the actual cultivation of the land. 34. The price of land and the evolution of ground rent with the worldwide extension of the capitalist mode of production, all income is conventionally regarded as being a return on capital, real or imaginary, invested at the average rate of interest * ground rent is a real economic category, with its source in the surplus value produced by all the workers on the land. But the value of land is an expression which in itself is meaningless. Land has no value, any more than air, light, or the wind that moves a sailing ship. It is a factor of production provided by nature, not a commodity produced by human labor * where the monopoly of private ownership of land has not been established, land has neither value nor price. So recently as the present century, the white settlers in Rhodesia obtained their land for the token price of a penny an acre. Only where private appropriation of land has transformed it into monopoly property does land acquire a price. This price is nothing but ground rent capitalized at the average rate of interest. The price of land is determined by the price of the products of the soil and not the reverse. 35. Buying a piece of land is not buying a value but a claim to income, future income being calculated on the basis of present income. 86. The buyer of land is actually buying the right to receive a series of annual incomes, and the most tangible basis for judging what these annual incomes will be in the future is what they have been in the immediate past. Studies show that income received from land for a 7-year or 10-year period preceding sale is a most effective gauge of the price the purchaser will agree to pay. 37. This origin of the price of land is confirmed by the way this price has evolved since the end of the 18th century. The price of land does not vary around a real value, but follows the oscillations, often sharp and violent, of the agricultural conjuncture. The increase of population, the bringing under cultivation of less fertile land which required considerable investment of capital if it was to be cultivated, brought about a marked rise in agricultural prices in the second half of the 18th century, followed immediately by a corresponding rise in rents. Between 1750 and 1800 the price of wheat increased on the average by 60% in England, 65% in France, 60% in North Italy, and 40% in Germany. In the same period D'Avenel estimates that average rent per hectare rose in France by 50%. In England and Germany an even bigger increase in rent was observed, owing to a marked fall in the rate of interest. 38. The rise in agricultural prices on the continent between 1820 and 1870 was likewise accompanied by a notable rise in rents. The average value of all agricultural land in the USA has for a century followed the movement of agricultural prices. From 1860 to 1890, a rise of $1632 per acre, to $2131, from 1890 to 1900, a decline to 1981, from 1910 to 1920 war boom, a rise of $3960, to $6938, between 1920 and 1935, decline the Great Crisis, to $3116, etc. 39. For differential ground rent to appear, the selling price of agricultural products must ensure the average profit even on capital invested in the least profitable land. For absolute ground rent to appear, this same selling price must ensure the sale of wheat produced under the worst conditions of productivity, not at its price of production but at its value. When the prices of agricultural products fall, these conditions, or one of them, may be eliminated, temporarily or for good. At that moment rent vanishes from certain plots of land. They cease to be cultivated unless they are exploited directly by their owners. If they are, the owners have to be satisfied with an income lower than the average profit, perhaps merely equivalent to a wage. This phenomenon, which occurred already during all the pre-capitalist crises of agriculture *, made itself vigorously felt in the last quarter of the 19th century. At that time, vast expanses of prairies and pampas were beginning to be brought under cultivation in overseas countries, with the aid of mechanical methods, which reduced the cost of production by 50% or 40%. At the same time, the improvement in means of transport made possible a reduction in freight charges, which, for wheat dispatched from New York to Liverpool, fell from 0.60 gold francs per bushel in 1860 to 0.25 in 1866 and 0.05 in 1910. 41. These two developments together brought to Europe quantities of agricultural produce from overseas, often without any ground rent entering into their prices, and thus caused a collapse of agricultural prices. This collapse led both to a fall in the price of land and to the abandonment of all cultivation on the less profitable plots of land. In France between 1875 and 1900 the value of rural property was reduced by 35% or on the average. 42. The area of land under the plough shrank from 25 million hectares in the middle of the 19th century to 18 million in the middle of the 20th. 43. Clapham notes that after the fall in agricultural prices at the end of the 19th century the fate of some land was to tumble down to third-rate pasture, as on the Essex three-horse clays. 44. True, the agriculturists of Europe strove by various reactions to reverse this current. In some countries, such as France, Italy, and Germany, there was an attempt, by means of protective tariffs, artificially to maintain high agricultural prices. These prices thus ensured the difference between the average price on the world market and the price on the least profitable plots of national land, that is, precisely, the differential rent of the best endowed landowners. In other countries, such as Denmark, Holland, Belgium, etc., attempts were made to consolidate ground rent and the price of land by a considerable investment of capital, large-scale use of fertilizers per hectare year. 30 kilograms of nitrogenous fertilizer were used in 1938, 49 kilograms in 1956, in Belgium, as against 6 to 7, 9-7 in 1956, in France, 35 kilograms of phosphates, 51 in 1956, in Belgium, as against 13 in France, 18 in 1956, 46 kilograms of potash in Holland, 68 in 1956, 76 in this same year in Belgium, as against 8-7 in France, 14-5 in 1956, 40 and above all by transforming cultivated land into meadows, the animal products of which, meat, butter, milk, etc., serve as basis for a more stable rent, because a substantial section of the population of the big towns prefers to consume fresh animal products, even at a higher price point. 47 In the 1920s, this new equilibrium of Europe's agriculture was upset by a violent shock. The world agricultural crisis, which went on down to the Second World War, and reasserted itself from 1949 onward. The expansion of agriculture in overseas countries creates a permanent surplus of agricultural produce, despite the state of chronic undernourishment in which hundreds of millions of human beings live in China, in India, in the rest of Asia, and in most of Africa and Latin America. 48 It has now been shown that, within the setting of the capitalist mode of production, the relative stability, inelasticity, of the demand for agricultural produce, once a certain degree of industrialization has been attained *, the same inelasticity which has been the source of agricultural superprofit through several centuries, may become a source of permanent crisis as soon as agriculture experiences, belatedly, upheavals in productivity comparable to those in industry. 51 In the period 1930 to 1955, agricultural productivity increased by over 100% in the USA. As regards the cultivation of grain, productivity has trebled in 30 years. 53 Between 1930 and 1950, the increase in productivity in American agriculture was almost equal to that in industry. The same increase took place in Great Britain. In its turn, the USA experienced the shrinkage of the area sown to wheat and the transformation of cultivated fields into meadows, if not the disappearance of all agricultural use of the least fertile land. Thus, between 1919 and 1929, cultivation was abandoned on 20% of the land in the south and west of the USA, where, in spite of mechanization, the cost of production of a bushel of wheat did not fall below $1, whereas in the plains of Montana, Kansas, Nebraska, etc., it fell to 60 cents. 56 As for the old countries of Europe, rent could vanish or become insignificant for a large part of the least fertile land, as happened in France on the eve of the Second World War. 57 Recently Baron Snowy, Secretary-General of the Belgian Ministry of Economic Affairs, has stated that the abandonment of the policy of agricultural protection in Western Europe would make it possible to reforest very large areas where agriculture had been given up. Landed property and the capitalist mode of production. Private property in land, far from being a condition for the penetration of the capitalist mode of production into agriculture, is a hindrance and brake upon it. The private appropriation of all cultivable land, which prevents free settlement of new peasants on the land, nevertheless remains an absolutely indispensable condition for the rise of industrial capitalism. So long as there are vast expanses of land available, urban labor power has a refuge from the factory prison, there is practically no industrial reserve army, and wages may well rise in consequence of competition between industrial and agricultural employment. The high wages which existed in the USA before the disappearance of the western frontier, which definitely established a wage scale higher than any in Europe, are to be explained to a large extent by this factor. From the middle of the 18th century, American politicians frankly recognized this fact and demanded, like Benjamin Pale, of Connecticut, that migration westward be stopped. And Samuel Blodgett, one of the first American economists, observed in 1806 that cheap land makes labor dear. No freeman will work for another if he can buy good land sufficiently cheap to provide him comfortable subsistence with 2 days' labor a week. 68. Private appropriation, by robbery and legal or illegal violence, of the greater part of the virgin land in the countries with reserves of land accompanied the entire progress of the capitalist mode of production outside Western Europe, where, moreover, a similar phenomenon occurred in the form of the private appropriation of the common lands. The idea of private ownership of land has become to such an extent a fundamental idea of bourgeois society that the courts even recognized as a transfer of property the gift of a 600-acre forest by the state of Pennsylvania to God, and subsequently expropriated this owner for non-payment of tax. 59. From the end of the 18th century the East India Company transformed into landlords of entire provinces the zamindari or tax farmers of the Mughal Empire. 60. In the Argentine, between 1875 and 1900, 30 million hectares of land were sold for insignificant sums. Most of it has been left waste to this very day, but the whole of the public domain was alienated in this way. In Canada nearly a third of the entire public domain was taken over by the railway companies. 61. In the USA, while 96 million acres were distributed under the Homestead Act and other laws of the same kind, a considerable part of this land, moreover, going to capitalist companies, for whom farmer applicants acted as fronts, 183 million acres were left to the railway companies. 62. In North Africa, French colonization led to large-scale alienation of native land, 3 million hectares appropriated by the French settlers in Algeria, under specific laws, 63 L 4 million hectares in Tunisia, or half of all the arable land in that country. 64. 1 million hectares appropriated in Morocco by 4,700 European settlers, while 8 million Moroccans have to subsist on 8 million hectares of less fertile land. 00. Also in Africa the British settlers seized 50 million acres in southern Rhodesia, on which live 100,000 whites, while 6 million Africans have only 29 million acres to live on. The settlers have taken 12,750 square kilometers in Kenya, which are at the disposal of 29,000 Europeans, leaving 43,500 square miles for 5 million Africans. Thanks to this system, the native reserves, as they are cynically called by the whites, furnish abundant labor power both to the settlers and to the European mining and industrial companies. Many forms of serfdom, forced labor either open or concealed * ground rent paid in the form of labor service, are imposed on the wretched Africans who have been brutally torn from the land, that is, from their customary means of existence. 67. This system has been carried to an extreme in South Africa, where 2 million whites have appropriated 88% of the land, leaving 12% or much of it useless, for the subsistence of 8 million Africans, herded into reserves and ferociously exploited. The total annual wages of the 400,000 Africans working in the South African gold mines amount to £30 million, if one estimates very generously the value of the meager food rations given these workers, whereas the annual profits of the gold mining companies amount to £50 million. 68. Striking the balance of the agrarian laws introduced by Britain in Ceylon, an official Ceylon government commission remarks that they serve to deprive the villages of their common forests and meadows, together with some of their land used for secondary crops, and this exclusively in the interests of capitalists coming, in the first place, directly from Europe, and later, from the coastal provinces of the island. 69. Production relations and property relations in the countryside. The special relations which, by the creation of the Industrial Reserve Army and by the economic role of ground rent, link agriculture with industry in the capitalist epoch, gave rise to the special forms of development in agriculture itself. The introduction of slavery in the American colonies between the 16th and 19th centuries, the introduction of forced labor in the African and Oceanian colonies at the end of the 19th and in the 20th century were, in the special conditions of the countries in question, necessary conditions for creating capitalist property relations in these countries. They nonetheless hindered for a long time the penetration of capitalist production relations in the country. A similar and still more important phenomenon appeared in Eastern Europe, and in the Middle East and Far East at the end of the 19th century and in the first part of the 20th. The penetration of capitalist products into these countries, their inclusion in the world market, brought about the destruction of the age-old equilibrium of village economy, based on the combination of crafts with agriculture. 70. The land itself not being capable of supporting the whole of the non-urban population, and no substantial increase in employment being forthcoming in the towns, chronic overpopulation of the countryside made its appearance a mere concealed form of chronic unemployment. This overpopulation of the countryside gives rise to a fierce competitive struggle among the peasants for the tenancy of little plots of land, not so much as means of acquiring the average profit as mere means of livelihood. It is to the interest of the landowner to let out his land in small lots rather than to exploit it as a large-scale capitalist enterprise. The bourgeois property relations prove an obstacle to the introduction of the capitalist mode of production in agriculture. The extreme fragmentation of units of production which results from this is especially marked in India, where the average area of a farm is 4-5 acres, while in the highly populated state of West Bengal, a net herd of the farms are less than 2 acres in size. The same phenomenon leads to a formidable increase in ground rent and to overcapitalization of the land. 71. The peasants impoverished in this way eventually lose their little holdings and become proletarianist, either obviously or in some disguised way. The small farmers, clinging desperately to their little plot of land, pay a usurious rent which expresses their super-exploitation, their income often being less than that of an agricultural worker. When they have not even the minimum capital and have to exploit the land they have leased in the form of sharecropping, they transform themselves into real proletarians, working for a wretched wage. In Arabic, sharecropper is murba, that is, one who has a quarter share. This is, in fact, the usual arrangement. In grain-growing villages the landowner provides the fellow with a house, land, seed, and the means of plowing. The latter is pretty sketchy, 2 oxen, sometimes only 2 cows, and the sort of plow used in the region. The sharecropper, it will be seen, contributes nothing but his labor, together, of course, with that of his whole family. Having nothing that belongs to him, except his wife and children. This is the literal translation of proletarian. He is wholly dependent on the landlord, who can, in theory, evict him at the end of each agricultural year. As reward for this year of labor, he receives a quarter of the harvest. 12. The extreme forms that this usurious rent can take was shown by the example of pre-war Korea. H. K. Lee observed there in 1936 that rent amounted in such extreme cases to 90% of the harvest. 73. And as sharecroppers reduced to such a level of poverty invariably end by falling into debt, the usurer being most often the landlord himself, or the big farmer standing between the sharecroppers and the landlord, they easily pass from the status of proletarian to that of serf. In Iraq, there is a law which forbids the sharecropper to leave the land as long as he is indebted to his landlord, which is generally the case. 74. Alfred Bone has further shown that this system, like the similar system introduced in Eastern Europe in the 16th century, represents the landlord's response to a dangerous shortage of labor power when this makes itself felt on his broad estates. 75. Concentration and centralization of capital in agriculture. Because in agriculture, in contrast to industry, bourgeois property relations and capitalist production relations do not necessarily coincide. The problem of the concentration of capital presents itself in a special way. The law of the concentration of capital is a law which springs from the capitalist mode of production. It is not a universal law springing from the mere existence of private ownership of the land. Where the capitalist mode of production is merely beginning to penetrate agriculture, where we are still confronted with old semi-feudal estates in process of disintegration, it would be as absurd to look for agricultural concentration as it would be to study industry as it was at the end of the 18th century from the standpoint of the concentration of capital. It is only when agriculture as a whole has been subjected to the technical upheavals inherent in the capitalist mode of production that the problem of concentration can arise. Such phenomena as the remarkable concentration of landed property in Eastern Europe before the Second World War, in Spain, or in most of the countries of Latin America, have nothing to do with this category. In these cases it is a matter either of survivals of pre-capitalist property or else of investment of capital in land owing to the lack of industrial outlets for it. In Chile, for example, 2,300 landowners possessed in 1952 31% of the cultivable land and 60% of all the land in the country, whereas 150,000 small enterprises covered only 16.5% of the cultivable land and 6% of the total. 77 Once given the capitalist mode of production in agriculture, 2 factors hinder the manifestation in it of the concentration and centralization of capital. We know that ground rent arises from the fact that the least profitable enterprise determines the price of production of agricultural products. But the concentration of capital operates precisely through the elimination of the least profitable enterprises. So long as the latter have a guaranteed market in spite of their technical backwardness, the centralization of capital cannot show itself in agriculture. Concentration will nevertheless show itself by way of the enormous difference which emerges between the price of the least profitable land and that of the most profitable, that is, by way of the capitalization of a huge differential rent. Similarly, plots of land which are below the threshold of profitability can nevertheless be exploited, not to produce the average profit but to provide a mere subsistence basis for a small farmer who in this way sacrifices his standard of living in order to cling to his farm. 78 Working with little or no capital, doing without rent and profit, he remains notwithstanding at the mercy of bad harvests and conjuncture fluctuations. This is what accounts for the very high mortality of these small agricultural enterprises. In the USA in 1935, 25% of all the heads of agricultural enterprises had been in occupation of their farm for only 1 year or less, 47% of all the farmers and 57% of all the sharecroppers had been in occupation for less than 2 years. 80 It is estimated that 100,000 family farms have vanished each year during the decade beginning in 1950. 81 When this guaranteed market disappears, in practice from the last quarter of the 19th century, small enterprises can continue to compete with big ones by going over to intensive cultivation, which makes possible an output higher than that given by the extensive cultivation of the big estates. For this reason, even though the amount of capital invested has increased enormously, an indirect form of concentration of capital enterprises of intensive agriculture have not been able to increase in area, and there have been no obvious manifestations of centralization. Wherever these two restrictive factors have not operated, and where, in fact, capitalist agriculture in the strict sense has been able to develop in the pure state, the tendency towards concentration and centralization of capital has, however, clearly shown itself in agriculture. This is especially true of the USA, and to a smaller extent of Germany. Agricultural concentration in the United States. Type of farm: 1920, 1925, 1930, 1935, 1940, 1945, 1954, 1959. 1. Less than 50 acres, percent of total number: 35 7 37 9 36 feet 5 inches 39 5 37 5 38 4 36 5 28 4% of total area: 60615756474129202. Between 50 and 500 acres, percent of total number: 61 0 58 8 58 7 56 feet 7 inches 58 2 56 feet 8 inches 57 feet 8 inches 62 5% of total area: 64 59 0 55 feet 3 inches 54 2 54 45 2 39 8 36 5 3. Between 500 and 1000 acres, percent of total number 2 feet 3 inches 2 feet 3 inches 252527304054% of total area 10 6 10 5 LLO 10 8 10 feet 8 inches 10 6 LL 4 12 feet 3 inches 4 over 1000 acres, percent of total number 10 LOL 3 L3 I6192737% of total area 23 feet 1 inch 24 3 28 0 29 4 34 3 43 45 to 949 2. In other words, the largest farms, categories 3 and 4, which in 1920 occupied only a third of American agricultural land, 33.7%, by 1959 already occupied more than 3/5 of it, 61.5%. This growth was moreover nearly entirely accomplished by the largest farms, those exceeding 1,000 acres. In Italy, where the penetration of capitalism into the countryside has been going on at a rapid rate for over a century, comparative statistics are not available, but the result is extremely eloquent. Here is the division of landed property and income from land among private persons in 1948, as given in publications of the INEA. National Institute of Agrarian Economy. Type of property. Up to 0.5 hectares. From 0.5 to 2 hectares. From 2 to 5 hectares. From 5 to 25 hectares. From 25 to 50 hectares. Over 50 hectares. Percentage of total number 53 9 29 4 10 1 5 5 0 6 0 5. Percentage of total area 4 1 13 feet 3 inches 13 6 24 2 9 7 35 1. This means that the 0.5% of large landowners possess more land than the 95% of small landowners. 502 very large landowners, owning more than 1,000 hectares each, possess more land than 5,135,851 small landowners, each of whose properties is no larger than 0.5 hectares. We find here an income structure fully corresponding to the structure of property. 1% of the landed taxpayers have a total income which is double the income obtained by 30% of the landowners. 3,531 very large landowners who declare more than 100,000 lire of taxable income possess the same share of the total income declared for taxation as 7,030,397 small landowners who declare less than 400 lire each. The wretched lot of the agricultural workforce. It is the constant pressure brought to bear on the wages of the agricultural workers by the thousands of small peasants clinging to their little bit of land and ruthlessly sacrificing their own standard of living and that of their family, that basically explains the poverty of these workers, and their pay which is much lower than that of the workers in industry and trade. Country life, the absence of the new needs created by urban existence, the payment of wages partly, or even wholly, in kind, are factors which still further bring down the wages of the agricultural worker. The latter is often a seasonal worker, or even a migrant. If he has another job during the dead season he may be able just to reach subsistence level. If, however, this second job is not to be had, especially in the underdeveloped countries, he sinks to the lowest depths of human misery. In the long run, however, the evolution of the agricultural workers' lot depends less on the special conditions of agriculture than on the general rate of expansion of industry. When this rate is such that it results in reducing the industrial reserve army, the exodus from the countryside will become bigger and bigger. An all-round shortage of agricultural labor will appear in the countryside, entailing a rise in agricultural wages, though these will not reach the same level as wages in industry. When the long-term tendency is, on the contrary, for the industrial reserve army to grow, the agricultural workers, competing fiercely among themselves in order to find some work for a few months of the year at least, put up with the lowest possible wage, often a mere pittance. Their ranks are swollen, moreover, by the mass of small landowners and small farmers whose incomes from their enterprises are insufficient for them to make ends meet. Under these conditions there can be no question of a long-term rise in agricultural wages. When there is a surplus of agricultural labor and, consequently, unemployment and underemployment exist, Each worker is probably more concerned with finding work than with getting a high wage. Writes the official report of the United Nations Organization on Problems of Agrarian Reform. 86. It should be added that the big farmers in many countries endeavor to create artificially this plentiful supply of agricultural labor by organizing large-scale immigration of seasonal workers. This was notoriously the case in Germany before the Second World War, Polish workers. It remains so in the USA, where nearly 500,000 braceros, Mexican seasonal workers, often recruited on a more or less compulsory basis, working for wages as low as 16 to 25 cents an hour, bring about a fall in the wages of agricultural workers, which are as a rule less than half the average wages paid in non-agricultural employment. 87. From the theories of Malthus to agricultural Malthusianism in 1798, the British clergyman Robert Malthus published anonymously a pamphlet entitled, Essay on the Principle of Population, in which he sounded the alarm for mankind by outlining an extremely gloomy prospect, observing that the increase in population was taking place in geometrical progression, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, etc., whereas, so he claimed, agricultural production could increase only in arithmetical progression, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, etc., he concluded that mankind was threatened with overpopulation unless it managed to restrict its own procreation. One should therefore applaud the efforts of industrialists to keep workers' wages down to the minimum, as this would set a natural limit to procreation by the workers. As, however, the risk of overproduction of goods might arise in this way, it was necessary to increase the share of the national product which served unproductive consumption by landowners, that is, ground rent. Malthus thus appeared as the defender of the landowners, in face of the agitation for the abolition of ground rent. The experience of the 19th century has shown that Malthus was wrong on two counts. On the one hand, the increase in population fell off with the subsequent progress of technique and culture in the advanced countries. On the other, the mechanical revolution, belatedly taking hold of agriculture, has increased production in this sphere to a degree much greater than arithmetical progression. As a result, since the last quarter of the 19th century, it has no longer been overpopulation but overproduction of agricultural products that has seemed to threaten society. 89. Instead of restricting births, it is agricultural production that men have tried to restrict by all possible means. Agricultural Malthusianism had appeared. In the same period, however, serious scientists, notably the German Liebig, had drawn attention to a really disturbing phenomenon, the increased exhaustion of the soil, the Raubau, resulting from greedy capitalist methods of exploitation aimed at getting the highest profit in the shortest time. Whereas agricultural societies like China, Japan, ancient Egypt, etc., had known a rational method of carrying on agriculture which conserved and even increased the fertility of the soil over several thousand years, the capitalist Raubau had been able, in certain parts of the world, to exhaust the fertile layer of soil, the humus, in half a century, and thereby to cause erosion on a large scale, with all its harmful consequences. These warnings were not listened to. The great agricultural crisis at the end of the 19th century attracted attention more and more to the problem of overproduction. The agricultural crisis which prevailed between 1925 and 1934 created a permanent psychosis of agricultural overproduction in the bourgeois world. Agricultural Malthusianism triumphed. Huge bonuses were given to peasants for them not to cultivate their land or grow certain crops. 8 million head of cattle were slaughtered in the USA in 1934. The area planted with cotton was reduced by nearly a half in that country from 17.3 million hectares, on the average, between 1923 and 1929, to 9.8 million in 1938. In Brazil, 20 million bags of coffee were burnt between 1932 and 1936, or an amount sufficient to meet the whole world's needs for 18 months. Nobody was then worrying about a threatened overpopulation of the world. The Second World War, the great setback to agricultural production which it caused in some countries, the beginning of the industrialization of backward countries, accompanied by a great increase in population, the rise of the revolutionary movement in the Far East, driven forward by the waves of famine which swept over that region, made the ideas of Malthus topical again. An old British writer, a precursor of utopian socialism, Robert Wallace, 1679–1771, had already maintained, in his work Various Prospects, that, though socialism was good in itself, it would nevertheless lead to a great misfortune, namely, the overpopulation of the world and the danger of mankind's extinction. Prophets of doom who have appeared since the Second World War have tried to show that it is much more urgent to combat the increase of population than to raise the standard of living of the colonial masses, which would entail the risk of causing still greater overpopulation. Two important works especially, The Road to Survival, by William Voigt, and Our Plundered Planet, by Fairfield Osborn, have seemed to reach these conclusions. Both of them describe a real evil. The irrational methods of agriculture inherent in the frenzied search for profit have exposed a large part of Asia, Africa, and both Americas, to a rapid erosion of the soil. There has followed from this a chain reaction which increasingly restricts the extent of land normally cultivable. To check this evil it is above all necessary to check the erosion process, through a vigorous intervention by the public authorities. Beyond this first conclusion, which he himself regards as cautious, Osborn sees no long-term solution of the problem. Indeed, he declares that there is no such solution. Voigt suggests vigorous measures to restrict the growth of the population, and welcomes disasters such as wars, epidemics, etc., because they operate radically in this direction. Though the danger indicated by Voigt and Osborn is a real one, it is from the very start wrongly defined. Several of their assertions, such as that it is impossible to reconstitute the layer of humus which gives the soil its fertility, do not correspond to reality. Again, it is wrong to calculate the possibilities of feeding mankind on the basis of the land surface at present cultivated. UNO statistics estimate at 440 million hectares the world's reserves of cultivable land, an amount equivalent to all the land under cultivation in the USA, India, China, France, Australia, and Canada, or an area capable of feeding 5 billion people. Given a rational system of agriculture over and above these immediate reserves, it is possible to improve a huge area of land which is regarded by Voigt and Osborn as finally lost to agriculture. New chemical products such as Kryllium or liquid ammonia fertilizer make possible a considerable increase in the fertility of the soil. The transition to intensive agriculture in countries like the USA, Canada, Australia, the Argentine, and the improvement of agricultural technique in the backward countries would make it easily possible to double the output per hectare and greatly increase the world's production of agricultural produce. If modern agricultural science were used throughout the world, it would be possible to produce sufficient foodstuffs to feed 4 billion people, so claimed the Finnish professor Arto Virtanen, recipient of the Nobel Prize for Chemistry, at the 12th International Conference of Pure and Applied Chemistry, held in New York between 10th and September 13, 1951. 91 Outside agriculture in the strict sense of the word, the first experiments in food production otherwise than from the soil have already proved satisfactory. In Jamaica a factory is at work producing food from yeast. The cultivation of algae offers unlimited prospects of food supply, and cultivation without land, hydroponics, would make possible a purely industrial solution of the food problem. It is true that an effective struggle against erosion, a rational organization of agriculture, a transition to intensive cultivation in overseas countries, a development of food production otherwise than from the soil would bring with them a social revolution of such magnitude that the whole structure of human society would be torn apart. 92 But when mankind is confronted with the choice between perishing and reorganizing society on a more rational basis, it is not possible to doubt which decision is dictated by both reason and feeling. This is all the more so because at the very moment when erosion threatens to destroy the material foundation of all agriculture, and when hundreds of millions of human beings are terribly undernourished, the daily intake of calories in India was 1,700 in 1952, or half the normal level. Agricultural Malthusianism is manifesting itself again in the most scandalous way. Foodstuffs, including 3.5 billion bushels of grain, to the value of $10 billion, 4,500 billion French francs, being put in store in the USA, and vast destructive operations being carried out on crops of maize, potatoes, and vines, tea, etc. At the end of 1957, the United States authorities boasted that they had saved $1 billion by preventing the cultivation of some 9 million hectares. 93 more than ever is it obvious that the problem does not lie in the absolute increase in population but in the capitalist condition of production and distribution, which creates a situation of plenty and poverty side by side. Ground rent and the marginal theory of value. The theory of ground rent, worked out by Ricardo and perfected by Marx, was the point of departure of the marginal theories of value which, in the second half of the 19th century, challenged the labor theory of value. According to Marx's theory of ground rent, it is in fact the demand for agricultural products which in the last resort determines the price of these products. This price is based on the value of the unit produced on the plot of land with the worst conditions of productivity, marginal price, where products find a buyer. According to the fluctuations of demand, it either will or will not embody the absolute ground rent. In those countries where there is no more unoccupied land, i.e. where the monopoly of land ownership is complete, and it either will or will not embody a differential rent, depending on whether the less profitable plots of land are cultivated or given up. The transformation of this theory of ground rent into a general theory of value is based on two mistakes of analysis. In the first place, it leaves out the special conditions of property in land which give rise to ground rent. Further, it leaves out the different institutional conditions that govern ownership of land, ownership of capital, and ownership of labor power, respectively, under the capitalist system. Ground rent does not arise because the land is a fundamental factor in the process of production. It arises only because there inserts himself between the land and this production process a landowner who arbitrarily demands his share of the amount of income created in this production process. To proceed from the way in which this share is obtained in order to construct from it a general theory of the division of income created in the production process creates a serious error of logic. In a pure capitalist society from which ground rent was banished, for example, by nationalization of the land, and the economy of certain overseas countries in the second half of the 19th century was somewhat like that, it would be difficult to proceed from nothing to explain the whole mechanism of the division of income and the production of value within the capitalist mode of production. A generalization from the special case of ground rent would be justified, theoretically, only in a society in which the capitalist entrepreneurs were faced simultaneously with landowners, slave owners, and owners of machines. The laws determining the share taken by these three categories of owner from the current income created by capitalist production would doubtless be similar to those which determine the appearance and fluctuations of ground rent. But we have been careful to put the word capitalist between inverted commas because such a society, in which there existed neither monopoly of the means of production by the bourgeois class nor free labor, free from serfdom or slavery, would, of course, not be a capitalist society. For ground rent to appear, it is necessary not only that ownership of land be a monopoly which the bourgeoisie has not managed to break, so that the landowners are able to prevent the capital invested in agriculture from participating in the general equalization of the rate of profit, and thus to collect their share of the value created in agriculture. It is further necessary that the production of agricultural commodities be carried on under special conditions which escape from control by capital. According to the supporters of the marginal theory of value, three kinds of owner appear on the market, in order to exchange on an equal footing, three different commodities, the prices of which will thus be determined, in complete equity, by the marginal product, or income, that is, by the last, that is the least profitable, unit sold. Owners of land, owners of capital, and owners of labor power. Now, there is a fundamental qualitative difference through the very functioning of the capitalist mode of production between these three categories of owner. In the classical capitalism of the 19th century in Western Europe, the very capitalism in which ground rent appears in its complete and classical form, there is an absolute shortage of land. Total potential agricultural production hardly covers society's need for food. It is for this reason, and for this reason alone, because capital cannot extend at will the area of cultivable land, at least in Western Europe, that ground rent can appear and continue for a long period. As Marx observes, the importation of food plays only a regulatory role, preventing the prices of agricultural products from exceeding even their value, and the landowners from securing for themselves part of the surplus value produced in industry. T capital, for its part, comes onto the market in conditions of relative shortage. By its very logic, it prevents an abundance of capital from undermining the profitability of capital. This is the objective function of the cyclical crises. But the owners of labor power are weakened in advance by the conditions of relative abundance in which they have to offer their commodity on the market. This abundance, industrial reserve army, is not only the result of the historical conditions in which capitalism was born. It is also a result of the mechanism of capitalist production itself, which continually replaces men by machines and periodically releases masses of unemployed from the production process. It will now be seen that there can be no question of negotiation on the market on an equal footing between these three classes. The dice are loaded. The rules of the game are such that one class lays down conditions dictatorially, the class of owners of land, whereas another class has to accept what is offered it, the proletariat. These rules of the game operate all the more in a sense which reduces to absurdity the idea of an exchange of marginal products, as the capitalist class does not work for subsistence but in order to accumulate capital. Its subsistence is guaranteed. When the wages demanded by the workers seem to it to be too high, it may prefer to close the gates of its factories rather than work for an insufficient profit, or at a loss. In their turn, the landowners may prefer to leave some of their land to lie waste rather than let it at a price such that the total rent they draw is too low. By withdrawing this land from cultivation they contribute, moreover, to reducing agricultural production and so to reconstituting their rent at a later stage. In contrast to this, the proletariat is in a special situation, that of not possessing any reserves beyond its two hands, which it must hire out if it is not to die of hunger. Not being in a position to await a more propitious moment of the conjuncture, it is thus compelled to accept a wage which is not determined by the marginal productivity of labor but merely by the average subsistence needs in the given country and period. Once again, the dice are loaded. To resume our imaginary description of a society in which this negotiation on an equal footing might be established, it would be necessary that, on the one hand, the bourgeois should possess reserves of foodstuffs, say, for several years, or that there should be large tracts of land without an owner, and that, on the other hand, the workers should likewise possess reserves of foodstuffs, or money, that would enable them to supply their needs and those of their families, for several years. In such conditions as these, negotiations between landowners, capitalists and producers would be placed on a relatively equal footing, and the division of income that would result would be quite different from that which governs the capitalist mode of production. But it is obvious that in a society like this there would neither exist a monopoly of capital in the hands of the bourgeoisie nor a proletariat as a class, so that it would not be capitalist society. A critic of Marx whom recently there have been mistaken efforts to rehabilitate, L. von Bortkiewicz** does not grasp why the owners of land are able to compel the capitalist farmers to pay absolute ground rent, even on the least profitable land. 96 He approaches this question logically instead of historically. Seen in this way the answer is simple: they can compel the farmers to pay absolute rent, and avoid the giving up of the least fertile land, so long as there is a permanent shortage of foodstuffs, that is, so long as, owing to the delay in revolutionary technical changes in agriculture, the whole of a country's agricultural production is hardly adequate to meet its needs. When this condition disappears, especially as the result of the opening up of the vast uncultivated lands of the two Americas and Australia, absolute rent may indeed tend to disappear, over large areas, as Marx foresaw. In fact, it would already have vanished over a large part of Western Europe, but for the protectionist policy by which it is artificially maintained, or re-established. Under these conditions, it is only through exceptional circumstances of shortage, notably during world wars, that prices suddenly flare up, re-establishing absolute ground rent in its former grandeur. Chapter 10. Reproduction and growth of the national income. New value, new income, and transferred income. In a society where there was no economic activity other than the capitalist production of commodities, there would be no income other than that created by this production. Labor power, as we know, has the dual function of conserving the value of constant capital, the stock of machinery, raw materials, buildings, by transferring part of this value to currently produced commodities *, and of producing all the new value available to society. The first mentioned property of labor power makes it possible to conserve the accumulated stock of social wealth and instruments of labor, which determines the average level of the productivity of labor and the material civilization of the given society. The second makes it possible to create an income, a value added, which in capitalist society is divided between income of labor, wages, and income of capital, surplus value. In practice, however, bourgeois society, the only form of society which makes the production of commodities universal, does include other economic activities and other sources of income besides this capitalist commodity production. One can in fact distinguish, a. the sector of petty commodity production which survives in capitalist society, craftsmen and small peasants working for the market without employment, wage labor, b. the sphere of distribution and that of transport which is not indispensable for the consumption of commodities. The wages paid in this sphere come out of society's capital, the capitalists obtain part of the surplus value of society. C. The sector of private services, the enterprises in which capitalist entrepreneurs and wage earners provide specialized labor services to the consumers. D. The sector of public services, in which the employees are paid by the state, and subordinate public authorities, and which sell services to the consumers. The sale of piped water, gas, and electricity by public enterprises must be included in the commodity production branch, since here it is material goods that are being sold, not specialized labor. E. The public services provided free by the state or by public enterprises, free primary education, etc. F. The production of use values which do not appear on the market, production by subsistence farms, household production, do-it-yourself, etc. Of these 6 sectors which are outside the realms of capitalist commodity production in the strict sense, the first 4 retain the outward form of buying and selling. Except in the first case, that of the production of value which is not accompanied by production of surplus value *, what is involved is the buying and selling not of material goods but of labor, time, specialized labor, etc. As for the last 2 sectors, they are outside commodity production as such. The circulation of commodities in capitalist society results in their consumption, whether productive or unproductive. The intermediate phases that these commodities pass through before being consumed do not create new value. The enterprises which have charge of them during these phases cannot make profit from them except by appropriating part of the surplus value already produced during the production process. But distributive activity creates new incomes, the incomes of the wage and salary earners who work in the distributive sector. These incomes do not constitute a part of the surplus value currently produced by the productive workers, but a part of the social capital invested in this sector. Do these incomes tend to reduce the wages of the industrial workers? This view can be maintained only on the basis of the theory of the wages fund, which regards the total amount of wages paid out during a given period as predetermined. In reality, that would be so only if all the social capital available were wholly invested, if, in other words, every sum not invested in trade, or in the service sector, were automatically invested in industry, and if the organic composition of capital were rigid and stable. Actually, this does not happen. The division of social capital between the different branches of the economy, the division of income between surplus value, potential new capital, and wages, and of capitalized surplus value between new constant capital and new wages, variable capital, the division of savings, new potential capital, between investment and hoarding all depend on a number of different relations and many different mechanisms, which are much more complicated than is supposed by the supporters of the wages fund. Theory ** The production of commodities and the allocation of available social capital thus create essentially the incomes of the workers, both productive and unproductive, and those of the capitalists, in the different spheres of capital investment. But the circulation of incomes complicates the picture. When these incomes buy a commodity they merely realize their value and create no new incomes, but when they buy services, they create the illusion of giving rise to new incomes. Actually, they are only transferred. It is not easy to draw the line between new and transferred incomes. This must be done, however, if we are to estimate economic growth adequately and make comparisons of national income in time and space. The problem may be regarded as a purely conventional one when it is a matter of calculating this income in one country during a very short period, but it becomes vital when this calculation is extended over a long period and international comparisons are brought in. If we neglect the distinction between new value, social income newly created, and incomes which are merely transferred, we inevitably land ourselves in obvious contradictions, for instance, Pigou's paradox. If we add to the national income of a nation the wages of its domestic servants, we come to the conclusion that the national income declines, the nation becomes poorer, when bachelors marry their housekeepers, who thenceforth no longer receive wages for doing the same work as they were doing before they married. 3. The transformation of 1 million beggars into producers, e.g. agricultural producers, as a result of internal colonization, would in no way increase the national wealth, if the money incomes of these peasants did not exceed the money incomes they received when they were beggars. The attitude of academic economics is contradictory in this respect. It eliminates from the calculation of the national income a whole series of paid activities, or incomes regarded as transferred incomes, notably the payments made to unemployed persons, policemen, firemen, etc. 5. But it includes most of these activities as soon as they become private instead of public. It eliminates from the national income every addition to prices which results from indirect taxes, but on the other hand it includes increases, usually quite arbitrary ones in the case of services, which nevertheless do not create any new value but merely increase the incomes transferred from other sectors to the services sector. Of course, the two series of additions each serve different purposes. The total amount of incomes of the households, private enterprises, and public organizations provides the data needed for various analyses. For example, in order to determine at what total of money incomes danger of inflation will arise, given a certain productive capacity. The total amount of net value newly produced in society is, however, the essential concept for measuring the possibilities and successive staging points of economic growth. The way national income is nowadays calculated by official Western economics is a hybrid compromise between these two principles, and leads to serious mistakes in both directions. Certain writers implicitly accept the soundness of this view. In the organization Man, 6 William H. White, JNR, correctly observes, for example, the great majority of small business firms cannot be placed on any continuum with the corporation. For one thing, they are rarely engaged in primary industry. For the most part they are the laundries, the insurance agencies, the restaurants, the drugstores, the bottling plants, the lumber yards, the automobile dealers. They are vital, to be sure, but essentially they service an economy, they do not create new money within their area and they are dependent ultimately on the business and agriculture that does. Carl Schoup writes, from his standpoint, national income analysis is interested in production, and it reserves the term investment for the kinds of things that imply production, either current or past. The purchase of a share of stock, even if it is newly issued stock, is not an act of investment, in national income terminology. 8 Again, Simon Kuznets argues in favor of the exclusion from the national income of what he calls the negative consequences of large-scale urbanization in the case of international comparisons between national incomes, but why include them, then, in estimates on the national scale. A clear case is the transportation of employees to and from work, an activity that can hardly be said to constitute direct welfare to ultimate consumers and is merely an offset to the inconvenience that large-scale industrial production imposes upon the active participants in it. Payments to banks, employment agencies, unions, brokerage houses, etc., including such matters as technical education, are payments not for final goods flowing to ultimate consumers, but libations of oil on the machinery of industrial society, activities intended to eliminate friction in the productive system, not net contributions to ultimate consumption. 10. Nevertheless, these fragmentary opinions have not yet made it possible to re-examine objectively, using precise scientific criteria, the way of calculating the national income, which, consequently, is overestimated by some 20 to 30% or according to Kuznets point 11 in order to determine the value of gross production in a country during 1 year. It is not enough merely to add up the values of all the commodities that issue from any enterprise in the course of this year. Otherwise one would inevitably include duplicated entries, since some of the finished products of one enterprise reappear in the form of raw material in the ultimate value of the products of another. It is necessary either to set aside altogether all the unfinished products, and add to the value of the finished products manufactured during the year merely the fluctuation in the stocks of raw materials, or else to add up merely the value added in each enterprise. 12. No different method should be employed when the new social income of a country during the same period is to be established. Just as one cannot merely add up the value of all the commodities, one cannot merely add up all the individual incomes. It is necessary to determine exactly which incomes created by production represent a net addition to the national income, and which are merely the result of transfers, whether private or public. Otherwise, the total amount of income will contain duplicated entries, exactly as would happen with the total amount of the prices of all the commodities. The state, surplus value and social income. Up to now we have brought into our model of a pure society of commodity producers only persons engaged in distributive activities, together with persons selling personal services to the consumers. We must now add the totality of the economic relationships characteristic of the activities of what are called the public authorities, in the widest sense of the expression. In so far as the state is itself a commodity producer, the incomes created by this production are naturally added to the income of the entire community under consideration. It is of little significance, in this case, that the profit, or the loss, that is, the surplus value created, is annexed not by a group of capitalists but by the state budget. Similarly, it makes little difference that the producers are public employees. But in all the capitalist countries the bulk of the state's income, and of the income it distributes, does not originate in the production and sale of commodities by the state itself. This income originates in four main ways. A. Direct taxes. These represent part of the income created by commodity production, and so part of the wages and the surplus value produced during the period under consideration. B. Public loans. These transfer part of the accumulated wealth of the nation from individuals to the state. To this can be added a small part of the wages of the most highly skilled workers, which is used for the purchase of bonds. The income thus obtained by the state comes, accordingly, from the surplus value actually or potentially accumulated, and from the saved income of the middle classes, which is thus transformed into capital. In exchange, the state transfers to subscribers to public loans a part of its own current income. C. Indirect taxes, turnover tax, customs duties, excise, purchase tax, etc. What is involved here is not a share of already created income which is thereby redistributed, but a general addition to the selling price of commodities, which, through an all-round increase in prices, brings about a reduction in the real income of all consumers. This reduction is not proportional to total income but only to income spent on goods subject to these taxes. In fact, almost the whole of wages is spent on these goods, whereas the bourgeois classes do not need to spend a considerable share of their income in this way. Indirect taxation thus affects the workers much more severely than the capitalists, and is the fiscal device preferred by every reactionary capitalist government, to the extent at least that goods in current consumption are not systematically relieved of tax burdens and the latter shifted onto luxury goods. D. Inflationary issue of banknotes. This, provided it remains within certain limits, is a source of real income for the state, since it enables the state to purchase commodities and pay salaries with these depreciated notes. It has the same effect as an increase in indirect taxes, an all-round increase in prices which hits the wage earners and lower income groups much harder than the well-to-do classes, who can transform a substantial part of their income into stable values, gold, foreign currency, real estate, industrial shares, works of art, etc. These four kinds of public income thus constitute only an appropriation by the state, whether directly, or indirectly, in the form of the reduction of real income resulting from the rise in prices of income created by the production of commodities, or subsequently redistributed by the circulation of income and commodities. They cannot be taken into account when it is a question of determining the growth, or the reduction, of the newly created value, that is, the net social income, of a community. In calculating this income, one can start from the gross income of the wage earners and the gross surplus value, or one can start from net incomes, adding to these the total of direct taxation and deducting the consequences of currency inflation, using stable price indices. 13. If the state merely annexes incomes which result from production, insofar as it is not itself a producer, the way in which it makes use of this income may have decisive effects on the volume of net social income, that is, on the level of production itself. Its expenditure consists, in fact, of purchases of commodities, investments, wage and salary payments and gifts of various kinds, together with the payment of interest on the public debt. When the state budget absorbs a substantial share of social income, the allocation of this expenditure between the different sectors mentioned above can modify the spontaneous allocation of demand as between different commodities, and thus influence the general progress of business, or even modify the way the industrial cycle evolves. The sharing out of surplus value, an official Japanese publication shows, for the year 1951. The following share out of value added, i.e. newly created value, in Japanese industry as a whole. The apparent rate of surplus value, without taking into account the surplus value appropriated by the capitalists operating outside the sphere of production, is thus around 100%. Actually, the category of wages and salaries includes the income of all the higher managerial personnel, managers and business executives, who belong sociologically to the bourgeois class rather than to the working class. Their incomes should be regarded as taken from surplus value, but although part of the salaries and other emoluments of managers and executives should, by the economist, be included in wages, another part is a rough contractual equivalent for, or share in profits in our sense, states Schumpeter. Y. and Watansky 10 justifiably criticizes the official statistics which include in income of labor the fees of directors of limited companies, the salaries of higher civil servants and many other officials. The statistics of national income almost always tend to overestimate the income of labor, while underestimating other forms of income. To go back to our Japanese table, the total of wages in the strict sense will thus be lower than 700 billion yen, and probably lower even than 663.5 billion yen, that is, half of the value added in industry. Let us, however, stick to the hypothesis of an amount of wages exactly equal to half of this value added of 1,327 billion, i.e. 663.5 billion yen. In this case, the apparent surplus value also amounts to 663.5 billion yen, shared out as follows: factory managers, company directors, etc. Banks, rentiers, and landowners. Shareholders. Undistributed profits, accumulation funds of businesses, the state, taxes. Billion yen 43 to 3 111 843 159 317 2. 663 to 5. In the case of Japan, as with most large industrialist countries, the state takes a substantial share of the value added, the surplus value which arises in industry. It is not without point, however, to make clear that this means, very largely, a redistribution of surplus value among the various sectors of the bourgeoisie. The latter, in fact, profits from the national debt, state contracts, and the salaries of the high dignitaries and officials of the state, the army, the church, the judiciary, etc. The total surplus value produced exceeds, moreover, the figure which results from the above sum. The Japanese statisticians, in calculating the value added, i.e. newly created by labor power, went no further than the factory gates. But, as we know, commercial profits, which are not included in these figures, together with the share of these profits which, in their turn, the traders have to surrender to the banks, the landowners, the state, etc., likewise make up part of the total surplus value produced by the worker-producers. Re-examining the share out of this surplus value from a functional standpoint, we can define the following categories of income: I. Entrepreneurs and founders' profit, partly represented by the salaries of directors and executives, partly by dividends, on preference shares, founders' shares, etc., and partly by undistributed profits, which are available to the entrepreneurs even if they do not use them as income in the strict sense of the word. 2. Commercial profit, represented by the incomes of large and medium-scale traders, the dividends and undistributed profits of commercial joint stock companies. 3. Interest, income of individuals, companies, and institutions advancing money capital. 4. Bank profits, which appear partly as interest and partly as undistributed profits or dividends of the banks. v. Ground rent, the income of landowners, or of building societies, likewise deducted from the total amount of social surplus value. Insofar as there is no longer a landlord class separate from the bourgeoisie, at least in the chief capitalist countries, the total of these incomes can be regarded as income of the bourgeoisie, the sharing out of which involves only a struggle, competitive, in one way or another, between different sectors of this one class. The ultimate origin of all the incomes distributed in capitalist society is shown more clearly still in the following table of national income in the United States in 1947-17, in millions of dollars wages and salaries 121,913 Social Security payments 5,588 income of unincorporated enterprises 45,997. The only entry in this table that presents any problem is that of the profits of individual, unincorporated, enterprises. This includes the income of peasant producers, craftsmen, etc., which cannot, as a whole, be regarded as surplus value. But, allowing for this qualification, the total amount of surplus value is determined by the total amount of all the entries except wages and Social Security payments. The entry wages, in the strict sense, which moreover includes the income of wage earners in trade, banking, transport, etc., constitutes only a part, often remarkably small, of the entry wages and salaries. Thus, in Great Britain in 1951, out of a total of £84 billion shown as income of labour, only £5 billion, or 60%, was wages. Salaries defined by the British Blue Book as the income of non-manual personnel, namely, managers, supervisors, foremen, technicians, office workers, researchers, etc. came to £25 billion. Employers' contributions to the National Insurance Fund amounted to £500 million, the pay of the armed forces to £300 million, etc. 18. Social product and social income. The value of all the finished commodities produced by a society, a country, during a certain period, a year, for instance, represents the value of the gross social, or national, product. 19. The value of this gross product is made up of newly created value and conserved value. If we regard the raw material additionally produced during the year as finished products, the conserved value contained in that of the gross, national, product is that of the fixed capital used up, machinery, industrial plant and buildings, etc., together with that of the stock of raw materials. The newly created value, called the net national product, is equal to the value of all the commodities produced, less the value of the constant capital conserved. Or, put another way, the value of the net annual product is equal to the value of all the consumer goods produced together with that of all the new means of production. 20. We here find again the distinction between the value of the annual product, C plus V plus S, and the value newly created each year, V plus S. This new value can be rediscovered more easily by simply adding the new value, the value added, created in all the enterprises. Assuming that all the commodities produced in the year have been effectively sold, the production of these commodities has created the flowing incomes, V, the total wages of all the workers, and S, the total surplus value of the entire bourgeoisie, broken down as shown above. When the calculation is made on the basis of prices, the indirect taxes added to the selling prices of the commodities, and absorbed by the state, must be added. 21. While taking into account the fact that among the commodities produced, and the incomes distributed, we must also include those produced by the state. The national income is thus equal to the net national product, at market prices, less the indirect taxes, or rather, to the total value of all the finished products, less the conserved value of the constant capital, indirect taxes being regarded as an arbitrary addition to the value. Ruggles 22 offers the following table, in millions of dollars, of the gross national product of the United States in 1947, which enables us to rediscover with ease our fundamental categories. In the equation between incomes and values of commodities produced, the word income is used, however, in a quite special sense. It simply means potential purchasing power. Let us study these incomes more closely. The incomes of the workers, wages, are usually spent, being quickly exchanged for commodities. The working class cannot go on living without realizing its wages in commodities. The incomes of the capitalists, however, are divided into two parts, a part which is consumed unproductively, being usually transformed into consumer goods in order to keep the bourgeois class alive, and, 2, a part which is saved, that is, not transformed into consumer goods. This part of bourgeois income is further divided into a part which is invested, serving to buy additional means of production, including fresh supplies of raw materials, goods, or values, which bring in an income, etc., and a part which is hoarded, i.e. kept for a longer or shorter time in the form of money capital. 23. For all the commodities produced in a given period to be effectively bought, the incomes distributed in the course of this same period must all be effectively spent. If some of the bourgeoisie's income, surplus value, is hoarded, some of the commodities produced will not immediately find buyers. In the calculation of the national product, as it is normally carried out, the entry stocks will become larger for a time. If, however, this process goes on to the point where a crisis of overproduction occurs, the reduction in prices following the slump will reduce the absolute value of this entry, and of the gross product, bringing it down to the level of the value of the raw material, etc., effectively replaced as a result of production. The above is, of course, only a crude approximation. To find a more exact formula, one would have to take a large number of other factors into account. The sale of a commodity does not merely produce income, it also brings in the counter value of the constant capital used up, some serving to renew the stock of raw material and depreciate the fixed capital. And this counter value can for a moment serve as additional purchasing power for commodities which are unrelated to this renewal of constant capital. In this case, the SAE of all the commodities currently produced can disguise the reduction of the social capital available in the country concerned. The stocks of raw material may fluctuate in both directions. If they increase, it has been possible to use part of their counter value to buy other commodities, which again means that, despite the hoarding of part of the surplus value, all the commodities produced during this period will have been effectively sold. Also needing to be taken into account is the movement of prices. If, between the moment when commodities are produced and that when they are sold, prices fall, then the incomes distributed at the time of production will be capable of buying all the commodities produced, even if some of them have been hoarded. Finally, there is the effect of relations with other countries. A net export of capital has, in principle, the same effect as the hoarding of a part of surplus value, while a net import of capital, on the other hand, creates an additional demand for the commodities produced in the country. Similarly, a balance of trade surplus reduces, in principle, the amount of commodities available in relation to the incomes created by producing them. A trade balance deficit, however, increases the amount of commodities circulating in the country, in relation to the incomes created by national production. Despite all these qualifications, and many others, the establishment of a comparatively simple relation between national income, distributed during a year, and the value of the commodities produced during this same period makes it possible to determine the primary origin of the cyclical movement of capitalist production and of crises, the separation in time between the production of commodities and the distribution of incomes which it implies, and the realization of their value by their owners. It is as a result of this lack of an automatic coincidence between purchasing power distributed and commodities produced that the problem of realization of surplus value can arise for the capitalist owners of commodities. Distribution of income and realization of commodities. The relation between incomes distributed in the course of production and commodities produced and offered on the market as counter value to these incomes is further expressed in qualitative terms. Most commodities and services are purchased by two classes of users, consumers and business firms. Consumers buy goods to satisfy some physical or psychological need. Businessmen buy goods in order to increase the profits of their companies. The second are aptly called investment goods, the first, consumer goods. 24. We shall retain, from this definition, first of all this division of the mass of commodities into two broad categories, consumer goods, which are bought in order to satisfy physical or psychological needs, and investment goods, capital goods, bought in order to enable capitalists to increase their profits. Businessmen are also consumers, and as such they buy consumer goods in order to meet their own needs and those of their families. They devote to this purpose the part of surplus value which is not accumulated. The workers, however, are consumers only, they are not purchasers of investment goods, since their wages are usually inadequate to meet all their physical and psychological needs. The total of commodities produced and incomes, purchasing power, distributed, thus corresponds to the following diagram. The dynamics of capitalist production depend essentially on the relations of equilibrium, or disequilibrium, between these different categories. The value of the consumer goods offered on the market produced during a certain period of time, say a year, can be broken down into its constituent elements, C plus V plus S. The income created by the production, and sale, of these commodities is obviously inadequate to create the purchasing power needed to constitute their counter value. In fact, only the wages, V, of the workers who have participated in producing them, and the part of the profits not accumulated in C, S minus S in C, represent purchasing power relevant to consumer goods. The conserved value comprised in the value of these consumer goods, along with the part of surplus value accumulated in constant capital, represent purchasing power for capital goods, machinery, raw materials, etc. If, in the course of a given year, all production consisted of consumer goods, there would be an inevitable disequilibrium, a supply of consumer goods equal to C plus V plus S, but a demand equal only to V plus S minus S accumulated in C. The phenomenon of overproduction, that is, of a quantity of commodities not finding on the market any counter value in purchasing power to realize their value, and thus remaining unsaleable or having to be sold off at a loss, would make its appearance. Alongside consumer goods, however, capital goods are also produced in the course of each year. And the production of capital goods gives rise to purchasing power for consumer goods. The workers who work in factories where machines are made receive wages with which they buy, not machines, but consumer goods. The capitalists who own these factories likewise devote part of their surplus value to buying consumer goods. It is thus the total purchasing power created by the production of the two categories of commodities that must be studied in order to determine whether or not there is overproduction of consumer goods. Furthermore, we have already seen that the production of consumer goods, in its turn, gives rise to purchasing power for capital. Goods, needed to replace the constant capital used up in production and perhaps to make possible the purchase of additional constant capital with the aid of the accumulated part of surplus value. If we represent the value of capital goods by LE plus 4 plus is and that of the consumer goods by IL plus IL plus US, we can thus reconstruct as follows the overall diagram of supply and demand on the capitalist market. Supply. Consumer goods. IL plus IL plus ILS. Capital goods. IC plus 4 plus is. Demand, 4 plus I, S minus S accumulated in E demand for I consumer goods on the part of workers and 1 capitalists in the capital goods sector. I 4 plus 2, S minus S accumulated in E, demand for consumer goods on the part of the workers and capitalists in the consumer goods sector. LE plus is accumulated in E, demand for capital. J goods on the part of the capitalists working in this sector. LIL plus ILS accumulated in E, demand for capital goods by the capitalists working in the other sector. For the system to be in equilibrium, both equations must be effective, supply and demand must balance for the two categories of commodity, LE plus 4 plus is equals LE plus is ACC in E plus IL plus ILS ACC in E. IL plus IL plus ILS equals 4 plus I, S minus SACC in E, plus IL plus 2, S, SACC in E. By eliminating in the two equations the terms common to both sides we twice obtain the same equation, the conditions for general equilibrium of capitalist production, 4 plus I, S minus SACC in E, equals IL plus ILSACC in E. This equation of equilibrium of the capitalist market does not represent a fiction. 4 plus I, S minus SACC in C, i.e. the wages paid and the part of surplus value not accumulated in constant capital in the capital goods sector, is the total demand for consumer goods created by the production of capital goods. IL plus US ACC Inc., i.e. the constant capital to be replaced and the constant capital to be accumulated in the sector of consumer goods, is the total demand for capital goods created by the production of consumer goods. The equation between these two magnitudes, as the equation of equilibrium of the capitalist market, signifies simply this: capitalist economy is in equilibrium when the production of capital goods gives rise to a demand for consumer goods equal to the demand for capital goods to which the production of consumer goods gives rise. Or, in other words, the 320. Capitalist market is in equilibrium when reciprocal supply and demand is equal as between the two sectors of capitalist production. Production and reproduction. The equation of equilibrium establishes a relation between the value of the commodities produced and the purchasing power which serves as counter-value to these commodities from a static point of view, in the setting of a specific, well-defined period. But the reality of capitalist production is that of a process which unfolds in time, one cycle of production succeeding another. The question of the continuity of capitalist production presents problems of both a social and an economic character which can be called problems of reproduction. For capitalist production to be continuous in time, it must reproduce, first and foremost, the fundamental conditions of the capitalist mode of production, the monopoly of the means of production, of capital, in the hands of one class of society, and the existence of another social class which is obliged to sell its labor power in order to get the money it needs to acquire the means of life. It is thus necessary, first, that wages be obviously determined and distributed so as to enable those who receive them merely to keep themselves alive, so as to be able to go on working in the service of whoever pays them and keeps them alive for his own personal and exclusive profit, but not so as to enrich them to the extent that they may gradually free themselves from their former masters, attain equality with them and enter into competition with them. 25 St. Thomas Aquinas had already described the condition of the wage earners as that of persons unable to accumulate any wealth. Because they are poor they become wage earners, and because they are wage earners they are poor. 2. Statistics of savings show quite plainly that the overwhelming majority of the working population of the capitalist countries consume in the course of their lives everything that they have earned, and thus cannot accumulate any capital. Their savings are only deferred consumption. In the literal meaning of the term, their accumulations relate only to consumer durables or, at most, to houses. Thus, in the period 1946 to 1950, 62.4% of the British population possessed only 3% of British capital, or a capital per head of some £44. 27 In Belgium, during the same period, 27.5% of the families possessed only 2% of the privately owned wealth, less than 50,000 francs per family, and 48.8% of the families possessed 20% of it, less than 250,000 francs per family, or the value of a small working-class house. In the United States, in 1935 to 36, 90% of the households possessed only 19% of the savings. In 1947 to -48, 90% of the households still had only 22.5% of the savings. It should be stressed that, in these same years, 40 to 50% of households had no savings at all. 28 It is further necessary that the sale of the commodities produced should enable the capitalists to reconstitute the capital they have expended in production, and to acquire newly produced means of production. The analysis of the capitalist mode of production has shown us that it fulfills these two conditions. This was not so in the societies which preceded capitalism. Herkovitz relates the following about the Chukchi tribe, who live as reindeer herdsmen in the northeast of Siberia. Some Chukchi families are so poor, that they own almost no herds at all, and such people enter the service of the more wealthy for extended periods. For the hard work they do, they receive supplies of meat and skins, though they must furnish their own pack animals, when they move from one camp to another. A family working under this arrangement receive about 10 fawns annually in addition to the subsistence return mentioned, if their employer is pleased with their work. In the course of 5 favorable years these animals and their increase give such a family a herd of some 100 reindeer, sufficient to permit them to attain independence. 29. Similarly, the journeymen of the Middle Ages normally became master craftsmen, or could at least nurse a legitimate hope of becoming such. Capitalist society is, on the contrary, characterized by this special feature that it constantly reproduces a proletarian class. The continuity of capitalist production further demands a certain qualitative breakdown of the commodities produced. For it to exist, the capital used up in production must, in the course of a series of production cycles, at least be reconstituted. It is necessary therefore that it be possible at least to reproduce the machinery and raw material used up in the course of successive production processes and to produce at least sufficient consumer goods to reconstitute the labor power needed. We know that every society is in the last analysis based on an economy of labor time. A certain proportion of the social labor time totally available has to be devoted to the maintenance, repair, and reproduction of the instruments of labor and to the upkeep of the fields and buildings, or otherwise, after a certain time, production can no longer be resumed on the same scale as before, society will be impoverished in the absolute sense of the word. What in societies which produce use values is a simple problem of allocating the social labor time totally available is complicated in capitalist society by the fact that it is a mode of producing commodities. For the continuity of capitalist production to be guaranteed, it is necessary that during a series of production cycles. 322. 1. The capital goods needed to replace those used up in the course of production, and the consumer goods needed to reconstitute labor power, be materially produced. 2. Purchasing power capable of realizing the value of these capital goods and consumer goods be created and actually spent, and 3. This purchasing power be distributed in such a way that supply and demand balance as regards both capital goods and consumer goods. The study of the economic problems of reproduction in capitalist society is essentially the study of the questions raised by these three conditions, without which the continuity of capitalist production is broken. Simple reproduction. Simple reproduction appears as a succession of production cycles which makes possible the maintenance of social wealth but not its increase. In a society which produces use values, simple reproduction means that the annual amount of products is sufficient to support a stable population and to replace the instruments of labor used up during this year. In a society which produces commodities, simple reproduction means that the value of the annual product, gross national product, suffices exactly to reproduce labor power, the instruments of labor and the stock of raw material used up during the year, and to support the possessing classes. In a capitalist society, simple reproduction means that the annual surplus value is wholly consumed unproductively by the bourgeois class and that there is no accumulation of capital * while the pre-capitalist modes of production passed through long periods of simple reproduction. They mostly ended by attaining at a certain moment in their evolution a stage of expanded reproduction, that is, a certain development of the instruments of labor, a certain accumulation of social wealth in the form of stocks of products and above all of stocks of additional tools. The mere accumulation of food reserves was already a primitive form of expanded reproduction. As for the capitalist mode of production, it is distinguished from all previous modes of production precisely by the fact that it is not unproductive consumption but productive consumption, the capitalization of the social surplus product, that represents the driving force of action and exploitation on the part of the possessing classes. In this case, expanded reproduction is the normal form of reproduction under the capitalist regime, simple reproduction being possible only at exceptional moments in the capitalist production cycle. How will the three conditions for the continuity of capitalist production present themselves in the setting of simple reproduction? Let us assume, for instance, that the total value of the annual production of all the commodities is 9,000 millions of currency units. For continuity of production to be ensured, one part of these commodities must represent capital goods, machinery, raw materials, industrial buildings, auxiliary products, power, etc., and the other must represent consumer goods. Let us suppose that, in value, 2/3 of production, or 6,000, represent capital goods, while the remaining third, or 3,000, represent consumer goods. Annual social production can then be defined as follows, assuming the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit to be the same in the two broad sectors of production, i. 4,000 C plus 1,000 V plus 1,000 S equals 6,000 capital goods 2,000 C plus 500 V plus 500 S equals 3,000 consumer goods. In the course of production, capital goods to a total value of 6,000 have been used up, 4,000 in the sector I and 2,000 in sector II. These goods can be replaced, since in the same period capital goods to the value of 6,000 have been produced. The social labor power needed requires consumer goods to the value of 1,500 in order to reconstitute itself. This can be done, because consumer goods to the value of 3,000 have been produced. The sale of all the commodities brings the capitalists 9,000. Of this 9,000, 6,000 is needed to reconstitute constant capital, capital goods, and 1,500 to reconstitute variable capital, money capital with which labor power will be bought in the following year. The remaining 1,500 represents profit, the year's surplus value. As, by definition, surplus value is wholly consumed unproductively in a case of simple reproduction, this 1,500 will be used to buy consumer goods. These consumer goods will actually be available, since they have been produced to the value of 3,000, and 1,500 have sufficed to reproduce the labor power used up during the year. Finally, supply and demand balance in the two sectors, since we have capital goods I60001D. DD 4000 capitalists I. Sup Y, tota pro octun. Eman, 2,000 capitalists 2. Consumer goods, 1,000 workers I. SI 30001D. DDI 500 workers 2 up Y, Tota Pro UC 10 N. Eman. L 1000 capitalists I 500 capitalists 2. 324. The purchasing power created by production has been distributed in such a way as to make possible the purchasing of all the commodities produced. These have thus vanished from the market, and we begin a new annual production cycle with a constant capital of 4,000 in Sector I and 2,000 in Sector II, money capital, available as variable capital, to the value of 1,000 in Sector I and 500 in Sector II, a labor force of the same size as at the beginning of the previous cycle, and completely reconstituted. In other words, the new cycle starts from exactly the same level of production as the previous one. Simple reproduction has been achieved. Expanded reproduction. Expanded reproduction takes the form of a succession of production cycles which makes possible an increase in social wealth. In a society which produces use values, expanded reproduction means that the yearly amount of products is greater than is needed for the support of the whole population and the conservation of the stock of instruments of labor. Social wealth grows in the form of an increased stock of instruments of labor, increased reserves of food, etc. Such an expanded reproduction is the indispensable condition for a more or less sustained increase in population. In a commodity-producing society, expanded reproduction means that the value of the annual product, gross national product, is greater than the value of the labor power, the instruments of labor, and the stock of raw material used up during the year, together with the goods needed for the upkeep of the possessing classes. In a capitalist society, expanded reproduction means that surplus value is divided into two parts, one part consumed unproductively by the capitalists, their families, and their hangers-on, and another consumed productively, i.e. accumulated and invested, capitalized in the form of machinery, raw materials, additional wages, which make it possible to start a new production cycle with a larger capital of a greater value than in the previous cycle. How will the three conditions for the continuity of capitalist production appear in the setting of expanded reproduction? In the case of simple reproduction, the value of all the capital goods produced in a single cycle must be equal to the value of the constant capital used up in the course of this production cycle. In the case of expanded reproduction this will not do, for the capital goods needed to start the next cycle with an increased constant capital will be lacking. The first condition for expanded reproduction is thus the production of an additional amount of capital goods, over and above what have been used up in the previous production cycle. An additional amount does not mean a larger number but a higher value. The equivalent of this additional amount of capital goods is precisely the part of surplus value destined to be accumulated as additional constant capital. Similarly, the production of an additional amount of consumer goods, over and above those bought during the previous cycle by the workers and the capitalists, is necessary, since these consumer goods are to provide the counter-value of the additional variable capital, wages, which part of the accumulated surplus value represents, and which is destined to purchase an additional quantity of labor power. Let us assume that the total gross product of a year has a value of 11,400 million currency units, divided between 7,000 worth of capital goods and 4,400 worth of consumer goods. The value of the gross product may, let us imagine, be analyzed like this: if we assume an equal rate of surplus value in the two sectors but a higher rate of profit in Sector 2, where the organic composition of capital is lower. First cycle R. 1. 4000 C plus 1500 V plus 1500 S equals 1000 J capital goods I2. 2000 C plus 1200 V plus 1200 S equals 4400 L consumer good, 11,400. Let us assume, again, that the capitalists in Sector I allocate their surplus value like this: 500 consumed unproductively and 1000 accumulated, of which 700 as constant capital and 300 as variable capital. As for the capitalists in Sector 2, they allocate their surplus value, Let us suppose, like this, 700 consumed unproductively, 500 accumulated, of which 300 as constant capital and 200 as variable capital. During the previous production cycle 6,000 had been used up as constant capital in the two sectors together. Total production of capital goods exceeds the 6,000, it amounts to 7,000. The 1,000 additional capital goods enable the capitalists of Sector I to accumulate constant capital to the value of 70 and the capitalists in Sector II to do the same to the value of 300. During the same previous cycle 3,900 consumer goods had been used up, 2,700 for the workers in both sectors, 500 for the capitalists of Sector I, and 700 for the capitalists of Sector II. But the production of consumer goods attains a value of 4,400. These 500 extra consumer goods will enable the extra workers hired under expanded reproduction to find the counter value of their wages, the surplus value accumulated as variable capital, namely, 300 in Sector I and 200 in Sector II. Thus, both the commodities and the purchasing power needed for expanded reproduction have been supplied by the previous cycle. The continuity of production is assured because the allocation of this purchasing power makes it possible to balance supply and demand in the two sectors. 326. Capital goods. Supply, 1,000, total production. 4,000, capitalists I, reconstitution of C. DDL 2,000, capitalists II, reconstitution of C. Eman, 100, capitalists I, accumulation of C. 300, capitalists II, accumulation of C. Supply. Demand. Consumer goods 4,400, total production. 1,500, workers I. 1,200, workers II. 500, capitalists I. 700, capitalists II. 300, counter value of accumulation of V by capitalists I. 200, counter value of accumulation of V by capitalists II. The new production cycle will thus begin with the following capital, I, 4,000 plus 700, C plus, 1,500 plus 300, V. 2, 2,000 plus 300, C plus, 1,200 plus 200, V. Still assuming a rate of surplus value stable at 100%, production in this second cycle of enlarged reproduction will have the following value. Fi, 4,700 C plus 1,800 V plus 1,800 S equals 8,300 I. Capital goods J2, 2,300 C plus 1,400 V plus 1,400 S equals 5,100 L. Consumer goods second cycle 13,400. Assuming that the surplus value of capitalists I is allocated like this, 600 consumed unproductively and 1,200 accumulated, of which 800 as C and 400 as V, that the surplus value of capitalists II is allocated like this, 700 consumed unproductively and 700 accumulated, of which 500 as C and 20 as V, we can, as indicated above, deduce a third cycle of expanded reproduction, production in which will have the following value. Third cycle. I, 5,500 C plus 2,200 V plus 2,200 S equals 9,900. 2. 2,800 C plus 1,600 V plus 1,600 S equals 6,000. Consumer goods and so forth. 15,900. It will be seen that expanded reproduction is expressed in the increase, between one cycle and the next, in the total value of the commodities in each sector, as also in the increase of surplus value in each sector. Under simple reproduction these values remain stable from one cycle to another. Reproduction and growth of the national income 327. Expanded reproduction and the laws of development of capitalism. In the diagrams of expanded reproduction set out above, each sector realized the whole of the surplus value produced by the workers in that sector. This is in contradiction to the actual development of the capitalist mode of production, in which an equalization of the rate of profit occurs whereby the sectors with a higher organic composition of capital sector INX a share of the surplus value produced by the workers of the other sectors. The diagram can easily be corrected, however, by calculating the average rate of profit on the whole of capital, then transforming the value of commodities IN2 into their prices of production*. In this way the following succession of cycles of expanded reproduction would be obtained. At the same time we also observe in these diagrams the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, with 31% in the first cycle, 30-75% in the second and 30% in the third. In the first cycle, 1,500s plus 1,200s give a total surplus value of 2,700 or 31% of profit on a total capital of 8,700. The price of production of IN2 is calculated by adding 31% of profit to the respective capitals. In the second cycle, 1,800s plus 1,400s give a total surplus value of 3,200, or 30-75% profit on a total capital of 10,405. In the third cycle, 2,160s plus L600s give a total surplus value of 3,760 on a total capital of 12,525, or 30% profit. We assume an unproductive consumption of profit of 500 in I and 495 in 2 during the first cycle, and of 600 in I and 480 in 2 during the second. Some writers declare that calculation carried out in this way must inevitably lead to mistakes and contradictions because the value of C and V in each cycle is not itself transformed into price of production. This view is unfounded. The price of production of C results from the equalization of the rate of profit during the previous cycle. It is a constant because, independently of the gains or losses of a capitalist in competition with others, he has paid, or owes, a previously determined price for the machines, raw material, etc., he has bought. As for the transformation of values into prices of production, as applied to the diagrams of simple reproduction, this is indeed incorrect, but not for the reason alleged by the writers mentioned above. This transformation results from capitalist competition, which is just what is missing in the 328. Nevertheless, one must be careful not to ascribe to these formulae a significance they do not possess. By arbitrarily choosing one's starting figures, or the initial relations between the different terms in the formula, one may succeed in discovering laws of capitalist reproduction, including its inevitable collapse, as the Marxist economist Henrik Grossman has done, after a certain number of cycles. This is a perfectly useless and sterile game. In reality, reproduction formulae merely indicate the conditions of continuity of capitalist production as a whole, leaving aside all the concrete conditions under which the capitalist mode of production progresses: birth in a non-capitalist setting, transfers of capital from one sector to another, role played by credit, fluctuation of money prices, etc. Insofar as capitalist production is production for the market, a production of commodities and not a conscious allocation of society's resources between different branches of production, it is these concrete conditions in which the capitalist mode of production operates that determine both the laws of development of capital without the whip of competition, for instance, the increase in the organic composition of capital and the tendency of the rate of profit to fall which is implicit in it, would be inexplicable and the cyclical form taken by economic life under capitalism. The reproduction formulae which leave out all these concrete conditions therefore cannot and should not be expected to reveal these laws of development, or the causes of this cyclical movement. They can at most indicate how, despite the operation of thousands of individual capitalists fiercely competing one with another and thereby determining the actual progress of the capitalist mode of production, the continuity of production is maintained in the long run, notwithstanding frequent periodical interruptions. The usefulness of these formulae is appreciated when one asks this question: how can it happen that the continuity of production is maintained, when the value and the proportions of this production seem to result from individual decisions by thousands of businessmen who hide their intentions from each other? The reproduction formulae show the conditions that must be fulfilled if this continuity is to be safeguarded. In the real life of capitalism, these conditions of continuity are achieved through the breaks in continuity. Capitalist economy is seen as a unity of continuity and discontinuity in its economic activities. Progress not only proceeds by jerks and rushes but also by one-sided rushes productive of consequences other than those which would ensue in the case of coordinated rushes. The history of capitalism is studded with violent bursts and catastrophes. Evolution is a disturbance of existing structures and more like a series of explosions than a gentle, though incessant transformation. 32 In this sense, the formulae represent, so to speak, averages over a decade or over a cycle, reciprocal proportions between the different elements in capitalist production. They imply precisely the elimination from the abstract formula of all the factors which determine the cyclical progress of production. They cannot therefore explain concretely either capitalist expansion or the reason why crises break out. Expanded reproduction, economic growth, and social accounting. The analysis of the different conditions of expanded reproduction is at the same time the analysis of the factors which ultimately determine the economic growth of the capitalist mode of production. In any society, the two conditions which are necessary and sufficient for economic growth are, 1. That per capita production be greater than the necessary product, that is, that the society produce more than it consumes, including in consumption the wearing out of its instruments of labor. 2. That this net surplus assume, at least in part, the form of extra instruments of labor, that is, that it be consumed productively. A borderline case is that in which this net surplus is used to support a larger number of producers, and in which it makes possible, thanks to better feeding of these producers, an immediate increase in their output. In this case, however, one merely puts off for a stage the need to see a net product of additional instruments of labor appear as a necessary condition for economic growth. In capitalist society, these two conditions appear precisely as the conditions for expanded reproduction. There is a surplus value which is not wholly consumed by the capitalists. 2. Its unconsumed residue is partly invested in fresh constant capital. Generally speaking, three proportions are thus fundamental in determining the rate of growth of a capitalist society: a. The absolute amount of profit, S, and its ratio to the gross national product; b. The absolute amount of profit not consumed unproductively, S minus SCONS, and its ratio to the gross national product; and the total quantity of surplus value, C. The absolute amount of these accumulated profits which is invested in capital goods, S minus SCONS minus SACC in V minus S. Hoarded, and its ratio to the gross national product and to the total quantity of surplus value. 330. Because these three proportions are intertwined, it is not possible to isolate a single one of them in order to determine the source of the relative slowness, or the speed, of economic growth. Thus, a country may have a very low rate of productive investment not because the amount, or the rate, of profit or of surplus value is low, but because a very high proportion of this surplus value is consumed unproductively or accumulated in ways other than productive investment, for instance, speculation in land, hoarding of precious metals, export of capital for non-productive purposes, etc. This is particularly the case in a number of underdeveloped countries. It would similarly be quite wrong to assume that a considerable rise in real wages, bringing about a fall in the rate of profit, must automatically slow down economic growth. This hypothesis is correct only if, during the previous phase, nearly all the surplus value was invested productively. Given any other conditions, such a rise in wages may, on the contrary, stimulate economic growth, by compelling the possessing classes to reduce their unproductive consumption and their accumulation outside productive spheres, so as to neutralize the monetary fall in the rate of surplus value by an increase in relative surplus value, an increase in the productivity of labor. Calculations of the national accounts which are based on the hybrid, and purely descriptive, criteria of the theory of income cannot enable us to distinguish the potential sources of accumulation of productive capital, or in other words the total amount of surplus value or of social surplus product. They do not distinguish between the productive consumption of workers' households, the unproductive consumption of the possessing classes, the easily reducible consumption of luxuries, and pure waste. In the same way the building of houses for the people, which corresponds to a pressing need, is included in the same entry with the building of luxurious banking and office premises, which are often ways of evading taxation and not productive investments in any sense. In the category of public investments, productive investments are mixed up with the purchase of military equipment, a typical form of unproductive expenditure. It is thus urgent to modify the way of calculating the national accounts, in accordance with the social structure, so that abstract, or purely monetary, concepts of saving may be replaced by the concept of total surplus value and of the available potential accumulation fund. In the foregoing we have assumed that the existing enterprises and labor force were already fully employed. This assumption does not correspond to a permanent reality. Consequently, economic growth * see Chapter 13. In Chapter 16 we endeavor to show that the maximum rate of accumulation never gives the highest rate of growth, is never the optimum rate. May result not only from an additional creation of means of production, but from a better, more rational, uninterrupted, etc., use of those which already exist. It is not so much the increase in productive investment as the better use of the existing productive forces, human and mechanical, that matters in this case. Nevertheless, though such a possibility is very important in the short run, especially in crises, it constitutes only an intermediate phase in longer-term views. As soon as full employment of the existing means of production has been attained, economic growth is again identified with their expansion. Contracted reproduction. Contracted reproduction occurs as a succession of production cycles which no longer allow social wealth to maintain itself but instead cause it to shrink. In a society producing use values, contracted reproduction means that the annual amount produced is not sufficient to support the whole population or to maintain the existing stock of tools of labor. Or both. In a commodity-producing society, contracted reproduction means that the value of the gross annual product is less than the total amount received in payment by the working classes, the value of the instruments of labor and raw materials used up in the course of production, and the value of the commodities serving to support the ruling classes. In capitalist society, contracted reproduction means that for various reasons the capitalists are unable to renew the constant capital used up and that the wages paid out do not enable the producers completely to reconstitute their labor power. In pre-capitalist societies, contracted reproduction might result from two different combinations of circumstances. First, a sudden decline in production, owing to natural or social calamities, drought, floods, earthquakes, invasions, epidemics, wars, civil wars, etc. Let us suppose that the total needs of an agricultural community amount to 1,000 tons of wheat a year, of which 750 are for consumption and 250 for seed and for use in exchange for other articles of prime necessity. If during several consecutive years the harvest declines to 500 tons and no external help is received, there will be contracted reproduction all along the line. The amount of seed will be inadequate, some of the land will remain uncultivated, part of the population will perish, the number of producers, the labor force, will shrink. Even when a good harvest does come, a smaller number of producers working on a smaller sown area will produce less wheat than before. Contracted reproduction could also result from a change in the distribution of available social resources. For production to ensure the continuity of economic life at a certain level, it must in fact produce use values which are such as to reconstitute the material elements of production, labor power and instruments of labor. However, it 332 is possible to use these elements for purposes which are sterile as far as reproduction is concerned, i.e. for producing goods which do not make possible renewal either of the labor force or of the instruments of labor used up during the given period of production. In this case there will inevitably be contracted reproduction, since part of the productive resources used will not have been reconstituted and work will therefore be continuing with smaller resources. Thus, during the reign of the Mongol emperors in China, says the historian Eberhard, a large number of poor peasants subject to labor service were concentrated for the purpose of building luxurious imperial establishments. 33 These peasants were obliged to abandon their fields while they were carrying out this work, these fields therefore remained uncultivated. A series of cycles of contracted reproduction was thus started, the distribution of the labor power totally available to society having been carried out in such a way that production in the basic sector, that of agriculture, had to be contracted. In the capitalist mode of production we encounter both of these forms of contracted reproduction. First, that which is caused by a sudden fall in production, by an economic crisis. Contrary to what happened in pre-capitalist society, it is not the decline in the amount produced but in its value that brings about the break in continuity, the economic crisis. But the cumulative effect of the shrinking of economic life remains no less characteristic in the case of capitalist economic crises. A fall in the value of production leads to the closing of factories and dismissing of workers. This then causes a sudden fall in the total purchasing power, which further accentuates the piling up of unsold goods, the fall in prices and the closing of businesses. From one month to the next and during prolonged crises, from 1 year to the next less and less is produced, with less capital and fewer workers, the basis of production shrinks. Similarly, capitalism can experience contracted reproduction due to a change in the distribution of available productive resources. Each part of constant capital and labor power is used to produce commodities the use value of which does not make possible either the reconstitution of this constant capital or the reconstitution of this labor power. At the end of a certain time contracted reproduction will prevail, that is, production carried on with a reduced amount of constant capital and labor power. War economy. War economy is the typical example of contracted reproduction under capitalism. War economy implies that part of the productive resources of constant capital and labor power are devoted to the making of means of destruction, the use value of which does not make possible either the reconstruction of machinery, or of stocks of raw reproduction and growth of the national income. 333. Material, or of the labor force, but tends, on the contrary, to bring about the destruction of these resources. For this reason, war economy can reach a point at which either the maintenance, depreciation from the financial standpoint, replacement from the physical, of the constant capital is no longer guaranteed * or the labor force is not completely reconstituted, because consumption by the workers falls to too low a level, and the productivity of labor declines, to which may be further added the effect of an absolute reduction in the number of workers. Thus, the British national income during the last war assumed this form, compared with peacetime, in millions of pounds. It will be seen that a war economy can be accompanied by an increase in real national income and the value of the gross national product, as it is at present calculated. An increase in any one type of product must be accompanied either by a decrease in other kinds of product or an increase in total production. If the goods and services that government uses in time of war are counted as a final product, as is the custom in current computations, the record might be expected to show some increase in total output, but also a decrease in non-war products, during the war period. 3. The production of tanks, aircraft, and shells, sold by the capitalists engaged in the sector of means of destruction, is a production of commodities the value of which is realized on the market. But as these commodities do not enter into the process of reproduction, this increase in national income is accompanied by an absolute reduction in the amount of existing constant capital and a very big reduction in the productivity of labor. The British example during the last war was, moreover, a relatively benign one. In Japan, the textile industry had, in the same World War, this point of contracted reproduction was actually reached in the United States during the Second World War. The production of new fixed capital, durable equipment, declined from $7.3 billion in 1929 and $6.9 billion in 1940 to $5.1 billion in 1942, 3 million in 1943 and 4 billion in 1944, while the annual wearing out of existing fixed capital was estimated at $8 billion during the same period. The net formation of new capital declined to less than 1% of the national income in 1943. During the same period, war expenditure absorbed in 1942 32%, in 1943 43%, and in 1944 43% of the gross national product of the United States. 334. To transform into scrap iron 2/3 of all the cotton spindles. 37. The fixed capital of Sector 2 became circulating capital for Sector I. In Germany and elsewhere, the average productivity of labor fell to a point at which it was again possible to use forced labor on a large scale. This contracted reproduction can be presented diagrammatically by introducing a third sector into a reproduction formula, that of destruction goods. This diagram is based on the assumption that, after the first cycle, the capitalists of categories I and II invest all their surplus value in the arms industry. As a result, production in these two sectors does not increase in the second cycle. It would, of course, be possible to introduce several intermediate cycles during which a decreasing fraction of the accumulated surplus value would continue to be invested in sectors I and II. The 7,000 capital goods produced during the second cycle are to be divided in the third cycle between categories I, II and III, which means a reduction in the capital goods available for sectors I and II, where the phenomenon of contracted reproduction starts to appear. Part of the surplus value of capitalists I and II can no longer be invested in these sectors, for lack of any counter value on the market. It is transformed into means of financing the third sector, or else is hoarded, forced loan, company reserves, etc. The value of the consumer goods available to the workers similarly contracts, which causes a fall in output and a shrinkage in the rate of surplus value ***. During the Second World War, the USA reached approximately the second cycle of contracted reproduction, at least so far as stagnation of the sector of capital goods was concerned. Towards the end of the war, Great Britain, Germany and, still more, Japan, experienced the third cycle, with reduction of production in I and II. Professor Jacquemans was able to analyze the state of health of some 500 Belgian miners and metal workers in May-June 1941, after a year of rationing which had reduced by 25% the normal consumption of bread, by 60% that of fats, meat, and potatoes. The contracted reproduction of consumer goods and of certain capital goods, under the influence of the production of destruction goods, in the setting of a war economy, is revealed very clearly in the following table. 89 Value of the production of the different branches of industry in percentage of the value of Germany's total industrial production. The rise of the labor movement and the increasing popular antipathy to the inequality of income characteristic of modern capitalism have led to defensive reactions on the part of the possessing classes. Since income tax was introduced in Great Britain, and above all since the New Deal experiences in the USA, many economists have stressed the fact that, through its budget, the state, especially in the Western countries of bourgeois democracy, redistributes a large proportion of the national income at the expense of the possessing classes and for the benefit of the working classes. Progressive income tax and death duties, they say, reduce the inequality of incomes and wealth. The services which the state places freely at the disposal of all its citizens, compulsory education, upkeep of roads, public health, with free medicine in Great Britain, etc., are above all advantageous to the poorest classes of the population, and tend to equalize citizens' incomes still further. The evolution of present-day capitalism is said to be not towards a concentration but, on the contrary, a dispersion, an ever greater leveling of incomes. So far as wealth and property are concerned, especially the ownership of industry and property in capitalist savings, these allegations are a crude untruth. All the facts we have point to an increasing concentration of this ownership *, but as regards income, it is usually accepted that the action of the public authorities has served effectively to reduce the inequality of income. Is this really so, and, if it is, what, and by 75% that of eggs and fish? The result was a loss of weight of at least 4 kilograms and in some cases as much as 15 kilograms below the normal in the case of 64% of the workers, leading to decline in arterial tension, permanent fatigue, and a rapid falling off in output. Place must be given to this phenomenon in the recent evolution of the capitalist mode of production. The state's income, as we have already said, normally comes from two different sources: direct taxes on income, and indirect taxes, increasing the selling prices of goods, the issue of paper money by the state having the same effect as indirect taxation. If progressive income taxation hits the well-to-do classes harder than the poorer ones, this is not at all true of indirect taxes. In general, taxation of consumption will fall more heavily upon the lower income brackets than upon the higher, and accordingly it will to a certain extent make up for the income leveling effects of the taxation of income. 40 In fact, we observe that in France the wage earners paid in 1949 455 milliard francs in indirect taxes, as against 271.5 milliard paid by businessmen and professional men. In Great Britain the total taxation of all kinds paid by the poorest class of taxpayers, those earning less than £500 a year, increased from £499 million in 1937 to £1,791 million in 1949, because indirect taxes increased fivefold in this period. In Denmark, indirect taxes reduced the income of the poorer classes of taxpayers by 11.2%, whereas their incidence on the incomes of the middle classes is only 9.1% or 41. It is true that in the USA indirect taxes are responsible for only a small part of public revenue. But in that country it is necessary to take into account the effect of direct taxation on wages and salaries, a factor which is indeed playing an even greater role in other capitalist countries. Actually, in France the wage earners pay more in direct taxes than the businessmen and professional men. In Belgium the wage earners, who receive barely 50% of the national income, paid, in 1959, 57.5% of the income tax. 42 If we draw up the overall balance sheet of the taxes paid by the working people and the benefits they receive from Social Security, etc., we usually reach the conclusion that the redistribution of income in their favor is slight or even non-existent. Thus, for France, Rodier and Albert remark, limiting ourselves to the group of non-agricultural wage and salary earners, we have not been able to obtain precise results on the vertical redistribution of income within this group. However, it is probably not very large. The relative increase in the share of the social wage has not been accompanied by a growth in the total share of wages and salaries in the national income. There has thus been a marked decrease in the share of this income which a wage or salary earner can spend as he likes. And for Great Britain F. Weaver reaches similar conclusions. A primary feature of the increase in post-war redistribution in the United Kingdom is that it occurs mainly within different income classes on the basis of consumption habits rather than between classes. Most of the post-war increase in personal taxes has been levied indirectly on consumption and has fallen on those who smoke and drink or consume non-utility clothing and household goods. The incidence of regressive taxes is mainly on the working class, who are also the chief recipients of the benefits of redistributive governmental expenditures. Generally, the low-income group pays for its benefits. 44 It may be objected that this purely monetary calculation does not take into account such free material benefits as the general improvement on the level of health and education, the lengthening of life which has resulted, a certain change in the structure of consumption, an increase in what workers spend on culture and leisure in the industrially advanced countries, etc. This is a pertinent argument. But, as the Danish economists Lemberg, Ussing, and Luthen observe, the services rendered to the workers by the state in this way are to be explained less by a desire to redistribute income than by a desire to qualify the recipients as fully as possible for productive work. 45 In the same way, the lengthening of the average expectation of life also means the lengthening of the worker's productive life. Instead of producing surplus value for 25 years for the capitalists, the worker now produces for 40 or 45 years. Insofar as the price of labor power includes a relative element *, namely the average needs determined by the average level of civilization in a country at a certain epoch, the state, by guaranteeing to the wage earners certain services which they do not have to purchase with their money wage, merely guarantees, on behalf of the bourgeoisie as a whole, the payment of an integral part of wages. The state does not transform surplus value into wages, it merely plays the role of central cashier for the bourgeoisie, paying part of wages in a collective form, so as to socialize certain needs. There are situations in which the redistribution of the national income benefits the working class on a larger scale. But this is not, paradoxically, the case with social capitalism, rather does it apply in the case of society's great penances. When a capitalist country is hit by the cataclysm of a serious economic crisis, or a lost war, the redistribution of the national income does indeed take place in favor of the poorest strata, the unemployed, in the first instance, the victims of war in the second. These sections of the population must be included in the proletariat, they constitute precisely that Lazarus stratum of which Karl Marx speaks. In Western Germany, where there are millions of cripples and badly wounded war victims, together with victims of fascist and racial repressions, war veterans, and people who are sick as a result of wartime privations, this Lazarus stratum receives nearly 10% of the national income, by way of redistribution through the state. It will be agreed, however, that the workers cannot derive much satisfaction from the conclusion that they do not profit from the redistribution of national income except in so far as they become unemployed or war cripples. It is obvious that what we have here is a measure with political and social aims, a lubrication of the social mechanism intended to avoid an explosion, and not an economic evolution which in some way or other contradicts the relative impoverishment of the proletariat. A study by Simon Kuznets 46 which appeared in 1953 tried to work out in figures the effects of the redistribution of national income in the USA. He came to the conclusion that the net share taken by the rich, after paying direct taxes, and by the rich he meant the richest 1% of the taxpayers of the national income, had been reduced to a striking extent, from 14.3%, on the average, in 1938 to 7.9% in 1948. This study suffers, however, from grave methodological weaknesses. In the first place, it is based exclusively on the taxpayer's own declarations, which in the case of self-employed people, and especially of the rich, are notoriously underestimates aimed at dodging taxation. It takes account of direct taxation but not of the rise in the cost of living, which is particularly unfavorable to the lower income groups. It employs arbitrary categories, the 1% richest taxpayers, the 7% richest taxpayers, etc., and not concrete social categories. If we re-examine the official statistics, without even taking into account undeclared income, we observe nevertheless that the share of the lower income group has not increased at all. It is hard to interpret these figures in the sense of an historical improvement on the part of the lower income groups, especially if we note that 51.7% of families quoted for 1956 earned less than $5,000 a year, that the 51.9% of families quoted for 1944 earned less than $3,000 a year, and that between 1944 and 1956 the purchasing power of the dollar fell by 40% or so, that the $5,000 of 1956 were exactly equivalent to the $3,000 of 1944. 48 According to Kuznets, in 1929 the 7%er of the taxpayers with the highest incomes received 33% of personal income, in 1956 the 10%er highest paid taxpayers received 31% of personal income. The redistribution consisted merely of a certain enlargement of the upper middle classes, a phenomenon characteristic of every period of boom, and exaggerated in these figures owing to tax dodging. This impression is further reinforced when one observes that the 38% of all families who receive more than $15,000 a year received in 1956 altogether 17.3% of family income, whereas in 1929 the same percentage was received by some 2%er of the families. The share of the rich has not changed at all, they have merely become somewhat more numerous. But if we know that 40% of the taxpayers together receive less than this 38% of the population, their share was reduced from 20% in 1916 to some 13% in 1950, it is impossible to find in these figures any pointer to a reversal of the classical tendencies to concentration of capital and income in the capitalist mode of production. 51. Chapter 11. Periodical Crises. Pre-capitalist and capitalist crises. An economic crisis is an interruption in the normal reproduction process. The human and material basis of reproduction, the mass of productive labor power and of instruments of labor effectively employed is reduced. There follows a decline in both human consumption and productive consumption, that is, a reduction in the amount of labor both living and dead available for production during the next cycle. In this way a crisis reproduces itself spirally, the break in the normal production process causing a shrinkage in the starting basis of this process. In pre-capitalist societies crises took the form of material destruction of the elements of reproduction, whether simple or expanded, as a result of natural or social catastrophes. Before and even during the 18th century, crops, wars, plagues, and so on were absolutely and relatively very much more important than business fluctuations. 1. Wars, plagues and other epidemics, floods, drought, earthquakes, all destroy society's productive forces, the producers and the means of production. Depopulation and famine condition one another and bring about an overall reduction in both current production and social reserves. As agriculture is the basis of all expanded reproduction, it is above all a reduction in agricultural production, in the output of agricultural labor, that lies at the root of pre-capitalist crisis. This reduction is usually caused by non-economic factors. Two causes inherent in the mode of production: increasing exhaustion of the soil, without any possibility of extending cultivation to fresh land, and flight of the producers from increasing exploitation may, however, in certain circumstances take the place of non-economic disasters as causes of crisis. Crises occur in a different way in capitalist society. In this society the material destruction of the elements of production occurs not as the cause but as the result of crisis. It is not because there are fewer workers engaged in production that a crisis happens, it is because a crisis breaks out that there are fewer workers engaged in production. It is not because hunger reigns in people's homes that the output of labor declines and crisis breaks out, but the other way round. 342. Pre-capitalist crisis is a crisis of underproduction of use values. It is due to inadequate development of production, or to inadequacy of exchange and of transport facilities. A crisis like this, in a particular province or country, may coincide with normal conditions of reproduction in a neighboring province or country. A capitalist crisis, however, is a crisis of overproduction of exchange values. It is due to inadequacy not of production or physical capacity to consume, but of monetarily effective demand. A relative abundance of commodities finds no equivalent on the market, cannot realize its exchange value, remains unsaleable, and drags its owners down to ruin. Unlike a pre-capitalist crisis, a crisis in the capitalist epoch thus presupposes the universalization of commodity production. Whereas pre-capitalist crisis is by definition local and limited in space, capitalist crisis is by definition general, and involves most of the countries united in the capitalist system of production and exchange of commodities. Whereas the crises of the Ancien regime were phenomena of shortage suddenly experienced, and for thousands of years the very idea of crisis was linked with underproduction and famine, crises since the revolution are always, except during wars, phenomena of overabundance of an explosive nature, which also lead to deep-going social changes. 3. General possibility of capitalist crisis. This new type of crisis, called a crisis of overproduction, seems to result from the very characteristics of the commodity, and of the general development of commodity production. The intrinsic contradiction of the commodity, the contradiction between use value and exchange value, leads in fact to the splitting of the commodity into the commodity itself and money. This splitting is what creates the general possibility of capitalist crises. So long as society essentially produces use values, a situation of poverty amid plenty, of masses of use values being destroyed while masses of people are condemned to poverty, cannot occur. The direct appropriation of use values by the consumers prevents any such paradoxical coincidence. As soon, however, as commodity production becomes general, this direct appropriation ceases to be possible. Henceforth, in order to consume a commodity, it is necessary to possess the equivalent of its exchange value. To appropriate use values, one has to be able to buy them. From this time forward, crises of overproduction are theoretically possible. For them to occur, all that is needed is for the owners of commodities to find themselves unable, for whatever reason, to encounter customers who possess sufficient money capital to realize the exchange value of their commodities. The system of trade and credit tends to bridge over temporarily the separation between the commodity and its equivalent in money. The longer this bridge becomes, however, both in time and space, the more closely trade and credit bind all countries together in a single system, the more the contradiction inherent in the commodity and its divided condition is intensified. If during the circulation of commodities their price of production changes, as a result, say, of the introduction of new methods of work, the intensifying of competition, or of a fall in the average rate of profit, a large number of commodities no longer find their equivalent on the market, and a large number of debts cannot be met. It is enough for an income not to be spent today but only tomorrow for it to be incapable of buying the same number of commodities, if their prices have risen in the meantime. For the contradiction between the commodity and the money equivalent which it has to find on the market thus develops into a contradiction between money as medium of circulation and money as medium of payment, a contradiction which in turn leads to the contradiction between the whole process of commodity circulation and the process of reproduction. The law of markets. Vulgar political economy set up against this analysis of the theoretical possibilities of overproduction the idea that the value of commodities is by definition equal to the total incomes of the various classes of society which in one way or another take part in the production of these commodities. Deduced from this was the conclusion that all production of commodities is at the same time production of the incomes needed to absorb these commodities. Hence arose the well-known law of markets, which is unjustly called Say's law, since it was discovered not by the French economist J.B. Say but by the British economist James Mill, father of John Stuart Mill. This law of markets leaves no room for general overproduction, at most it allows of the existence of partial overproduction in some sectors accompanied by underproduction in others, due to faulty distribution of the factors of production among the different sectors of the economy. The mistake in the law of markets arises from the fact that it neglects the time factor, that is, it assumes a static and immobile system instead of the dynamic capitalist system. We know already that during the period between production and sale the prices of commodities can vary, in either direction, so creating either a surplus of incomes or a surplus of commodities without counter value in money on the market. On the other hand, the incomes distributed during a certain period of time will not necessarily be used to buy commodities during this same period, only the incomes of wage earners, intended for the purchase of perishable consumer goods, will be so spent. This is not true of capitalist incomes, which tend to be accumulated, nor of that part of the value of commodities which represents not an income but the counter value of used up constant capital. The capitalists are under no obligation to invest these sums immediately, that is, to use them at once as purchasing power to acquire a certain category of goods. When the capitalists expect not a rise but rather a fall in their profits, they may well put off such expenditure. The hoarding of incomes, non-productive saving, may thus give rise to a surplus of income which will correspond to an overproduction of certain commodities. 7. This brings about an initial reduction in employment which may entail overproduction spreading throughout all parts of the economy, which will cause a further decline in employment, and so forth. In fact, the law of markets is valid only, a. if all problems of investment are eliminated, b. together with all problems of credit, and c. if the immediate sale, for cash, of all the commodities produced assumed, together with d. complete stability in the value of these goods and e. no difference of productivity between different enterprises. These assumptions boil down to an assumption that production is not capitalist production, stimulated by thirst for profit and by competition, but petty commodity production. Even in that case, monetary phenomena can upset the perfect equilibrium between incomes and commodity values. The law of markets is thus truly valid only for natural economy. 8. In this way we come again to the argument set forth at the beginning of this chapter, that a society which produces use values cannot experience overproduction. The cyclical progress of capitalist economy. Increase in the organic composition of capital and a downward tendency of the average rate of profit, conditioned by this, are the general laws of development of the capitalist mode of production. By bringing about a periodical modification in the price of production of commodities, they create the theoretical possibility of general crises of. Marx notes that there is no automatic, immediate unity between production and realization of value under capitalism. This unity results only from a process and is connected with a series of conditions. Overproduction, if an interval between the production and sale of commodities is assumed. The capitalist mode of production thus acquires its characteristic rhythm of development uneven, unsteady, proceeding by leaps which are followed by periods of stagnation and retreat. The introduction of new machines and new production methods does not change the price of production in an imperceptible, gradual way. It changes it through sudden jerks, at more or less regular intervals, when society becomes aware after the event that too much social labor has been expended in producing certain commodities. This results, leaving all other factors out of account, from the rotation cycle of fixed capital, which embraces a whole succession of production cycles and rotation cycles of circulating capital. Keynes says, there are reasons, given firstly by the length of life of durable assets in relation to the normal growth in a given epoch, and secondly by the carrying costs of surplus stocks, why the duration of the downward movement should have an order of magnitude which is not fortuitous, which does not fluctuate between, say, 1 year this time and 10 years next time, but which shows some regularity of habit between, let us say, 3 and 5 years 9. A number of other writers express the same view, example Aftalion, Pigou, Schumpeter, etc. 10. The interval factor operates in agricultural affairs too. There is a gap between the moment when, on the basis of favorable prices, a decision is taken to increase the cultivation of a certain product, or the raising of certain animal stock, and the moment when this decision actually results in an increase in production. 11. On the other hand, a certain period has to elapse before the market can react to the introduction of new production methods, that is, before it can be established whether these methods will continue to bring super profits to their initiators or if they will lead, on the contrary, to an all-round lowering of prices of production. This period is precisely that during which the splitting of the commodity into the commodity itself and money is stretched to the utmost, which leads to the inevitable slump. Capitalist production is production for profit. The variations in the average rate of profit are the decisive criteria of the actual condition of capitalist economy. The long-term tendency of the average rate of profit is a downward one. But this does not show itself in straight-line fashion. It becomes effective only through periodical adjustments and increases, in a cyclical movement the primary origin of which has just been shown. This cyclical movement can be briefly characterized in its main phases by the change in the average rate of profit, a. Economic recovery. Part of production capacity not having been used any more for a certain period, the stocks previously accumulated have been got rid of, and the demand for goods now exceeds the new supply. Prices and profits start to rise again. Some of the factories which have been closed now reopen, for the same reason, which encourages the capitalists to increase their investments because when demand exceeds supply it means that less social labor is crystallized in the commodities present on the market than is socially necessary. This implies that the total value of these goods easily finds it equivalent on the market. The factories working at a level of productivity higher than the average will realize a substantial super profit. The less productive enterprises still surviving after the crisis will realize the average profit. The circulation period of commodities is reduced, most enterprises undertaking production to order. The gap between the moment of purchase and the moment of payment for goods is very short. B. Boom and prosperity. All available capital flows into production and trade, in order to take advantage of the increase in the average rate of profit. Investments rapidly increase. During a whole period the establishment of new enterprises and the modernization of existing this factor on the same footing with the three fundamental criteria above mentioned. The term profit is vague and ambiguous. It is a combination of interest, rent, monopoly profits, etc. Profits in the doctrinal sense are part of the national income and are included under that head in real income. The absence of profit, or loss, in the strict sense of the word is the very essence of the perfect equilibrium, of the economic system. We are ready to lay odds that any businessman would explain to Mr. von Haberler that his doctrine is in conflict with reality. It is to be observed, furthermore, that Geyer, Rostow and Schwartz have confirmed empirically that the cyclical movement of the textile industry coincides in the first part of the 19th century with cyclical fluctuations in the rate of profit. Enterprises is the essential source of the general expansion of economic activity. Industry is industry's best customer. The newly launched enterprises raise the average level of productivity well above the former average, but so long as supply is exceeded by demand, prices continue to rise and the average rate of profit remains at a high level. The most modern enterprises realize substantial super profits, which stimulates fresh investments and develops credit, speculation, etc. C. Overproduction and slump. As the newly made investments increase more and more the total production of society, and thereby the quantity of commodities hurled onto the market, the relations between supply and demand change, at first imperceptibly, then more and more obviously. It is now seen that some of the commodities produced in the least favorable conditions of productivity actually contain labor time which is wasted, from the social standpoint. These goods have become unsaleable at their prices of production. For a certain period the factories where these unfavorable conditions exist nevertheless go on producing, that is, wasting social labor time thanks to the expansion of the credit system, and this is reflected in the accumulation of stocks, the lengthening of the circulation time of commodities, the widening of the gap between supply and demand, etc. At a certain moment it becomes impossible to bridge this gap with credit. Prices and profits collapse. Many capitalists are ruined. The enterprises which work at too low a level of productivity have to close down. D. Crisis and depression. The fall in prices means that production is henceforth profitable only for the enterprises that work under the most favorable conditions of productivity. The firms that were realizing super profits now have to be satisfied with the average profit. In fact, a new level of average profit is thus established, corresponding to the new organic composition of capital. At the same time, however, the crisis, through the bankruptcy and closure of many factories, means the destruction of a mass of machinery, of fixed capital. By the fall in prices, capital, as exchange value, is also lowered in value, and the total value of society's capital is reduced. The smaller amount of capital which is left as a result of this destruction can more easily be utilized. It will be invested easily under conditions making possible, at the moment of economic recovery, a new rise in the average rate of profit. Which bring on the cycle, so long as they are acting as individual businessmen or representatives of individual business interests. Natalia Moskowska does not understand the periodical coincidences of these errors of judgment. Why does everybody make the same sort of mistake? Perhaps because every entrepreneur is forced by competition to try for the highest profits? Is this not a vivid illustration of the contradiction between the social character of production and the private character of appropriation, the hunt for private profit, under capitalism? The cyclical movement of capital is thus nothing but the mechanism through which the tendency of the average rate of profit to fall is realized. At the same time, it is the system's reaction to this fall, through the lowering of the value of capital during crises. Crises make possible the periodical adaptation of the amount of labor actually expended in the production of commodities to the amount of labor which is socially necessary, the individual value of commodities to their socially determined value, the surplus value contained in these commodities to the average rate of profit. Because capitalist production is not consciously planned and organized production, these adjustments take place not a priori but a posteriori. For this reason they necessitate violent shocks, the destruction of thousands of lives and enormous quantities of values and created wealth. The internal logic of the capitalist cycle. The contradiction between use value and exchange value, the contradiction between the commodity and its money equivalent, provide only the general possibility of capitalist crises of overproduction. They do not yet explain why, or in what specific conditions, these crises periodically follow one another. The variations in the rate of profit reveal the inner mechanism of the economic cycle. They explain the general significance of it as a periodical readjustment of the conditions of equilibrium of capitalist reproduction. But they do not reveal the concrete causes of crises. These factors can be distinguished from the causes of crises in the strict sense by contrasting, in the tradition of Aristotle's logic, and as the economist G. von Haberler does, the causes sine qua non without which there would not be any crises with the causes per quam which explain the immediate reasons why crises break out. To analyze the latter requires a concrete analysis of all the elements of capitalist production. For expanded reproduction to take place without interruption, the conditions of equilibrium, indicated in Chapter 10, must be constantly reproduced. The purchases of consumer goods by all the workers and the capitalists engaged in producing capital goods must be equivalent to the purchases of capital goods by the capitalists engaged in producing consumer goods, including in both categories the purchases needed in order to expand production. The constant reproduction of these conditions of equilibrium thus requires a proportional development of the two sectors of production. The periodical occurrence of crises is to be explained only by a periodical break in this proportionality or, in other words, by an uneven development of these two sectors. Up to now, however, we have not left the province of definition, that is, of tautology. To say that periodical crises occur because of disproportion between the two sectors of production is like saying 350. That opium puts you to sleep because it has sleep-inducing properties. The crisis is the expression of the disproportion. But if we are to regard it as being inherent in the process of capitalist development, we have to show why this process gives rise periodically and necessarily to such a disproportion. Capitalist production is production for profit. The periodical disproportion between the development of the capital goods sector and that of the consumer goods sector must be linked with periodical differences between the rates of profit in the two spheres. The causes of these periodical differences are to be observed in the different ways in which the basic contradictions of capitalism show themselves in the two sectors. We get the following picture, for the successive phases of the economic cycle. A. The depression. Stocks having accumulated during a whole period, their disposal takes time, since the incomes available for buying consumer goods have been severely reduced as a result of unemployment. All investment activity slows down considerably after the outbreak of crisis. 18. As, at the same time, many enterprises have had to use for other purposes the funds available to them for renewing fixed capital, the activity of the enterprises in the capital goods sector is much reduced. 19. The production of consumer goods likewise declines to a considerable extent, but not so much. 20. Even the unemployed do not stop eating, and the purchase of perishable goods cannot be put off till tomorrow. Moreover, though the workers' wages have grown less, this reduction has often been less than the fall in prices since the onset of the crisis. 21. As for purchases of semi-durable consumer goods, they decrease less than purchases of durable consumer goods. The latter, the sale of which seriously declines, nevertheless sell more easily than capital goods. 22 During the period of depression we thus see the beginning, in the sphere of production, of the disproportion between the two sectors which, from the start of economic recovery, will spread to the sphere of prices and profits. b. The turn to economic recovery. While the economic depression lasts, industrial activity remains at an abnormally low level. When the rate of profit is very low, no reduction in the rate of interest can cause a revival of investment. 23 But the very logic of this stagnation creates the elements of a recovery. As stocks are disposed of, thanks to the lowering of production, the consumer goods sectors whose sales have not been much reduced are able slightly to increase their activity. Prices of these goods stop falling, though without at once rising. It is enough, however, for them to remain stable for a certain period, for the enterprises in these sectors to start thinking about re-equipment. 24 Everything encourages this. The prices of raw materials and means of equipment are unusually low. Re-equipment at this moment is therefore a profitable undertaking. Wages continue to remain low, under the pressure of unemployment, even after prices have been stabilized. These low wages likewise encourage expansion of production, since they give a promise of higher profits. 25 The stoppage or reduction in investment activity during an entire period has made it possible to accumulate the funds needed for depreciating fixed capital. These funds, at first hoarded, start to make their way back to the banks, there to bring in interest which is still moderate but not, in a period of depression, negligible. 26 The absence of any investment activity markedly reduces the demand for money capital, so that the average rate of interest falls in a period of depression. 29 Another reason for the capitalists in the consumer goods sector to undertake investments on credit towards the end of this period. Finally, the still low rate of profit encourages them to seek out and to introduce new methods of production which have accumulated since the end of the boom without any possibility of being applied. See Keynes and Hansen, as well as Aftalion, Pigou, Schumpeter, and a large number of others writers. 30 The resulting reduction in costs of production makes it possible to increase the rate of profit with the existing market prices. In this way, investment activity starts again in the consumer goods sector, which brings about economic recovery. C. Economic recovery. The orders for equipment for the consumer goods sector which arise from the inner logic of the depression itself in their turn make possible the recovery of production in several sectors making capital goods. This recovery reduces unemployment, increases available purchasing power, and develops sales of consumer goods, which in its turn stimulates a new wave of investment. The multiplier principle comes into play. 32 This explains that an initial investment increases the total final income by a sum which exceeds the value of this investment. It explains likewise that one independent investment can give rise to one or more waves of investment stimulated in this way. 33 Statisticians have tried to work out the value of the multiplier in the industrially advanced countries for 1919 to 1939 and have evaluated it at between 2 and 3, calculations by Kalecki and Kuznets. 34 These statistics are, however, to be handled cautiously. In any case, they do not apply to an entire historical epoch. 35 Let us now see what happens with the rate of profit. The production of capital goods is much less elastic than that of consumer goods. To supply cotton mills with the spindles they require, it is necessary to delve into the stock of steel and coal, increase the production of these raw materials when the stocks have been exhausted, put to full use the machines that build machines, or else build these first of all, when there are no more reserves of productive capacity. As soon as recovery is well underway, an interval thus appears between the order for additional constant capital and its delivery. During this interval, competition rages between the enterprises, all striving to acquire the equipment and raw materials already on the market. The prices of these goods will thus rise more than the prices of consumer goods, and this difference produces an equivalent difference between the rate of profit in the two sectors. 36 The disproportion between the two sectors is thus shifted from the sphere of production to that of prices and profit. Moreover, the rate of profit recovers all round. Whereas prices start to rise as soon as excess stocks are dispersed, wages do not rise at all, or rise very little, at the beginning of recovery, owing to the pressure exercised by unemployment on the labor market. At the same time, the factories which were not working at full pressure during the Depression start to re-engage workers without at first changing their plant. The organic composition of their capital thus declines momentarily, thereby raising the rate of profit. The reduction in the circulation time of commodities increases the number of production cycles in a year and works in the same direction. The expansion of production being slow at first, the demand for capital remains at a level lower than the supply, which implies that the rate of interest remains very low. The coincidence of a low rate of interest with a rising rate of profit determines a growing rate of entrepreneurs' profit, which likewise explains a general tendency on the part of entrepreneurs to renew their fixed capital and invest an increasing proportion of their profits at this moment of the cycle. Investment in new plant could not, of its nature, be undertaken in small increments. Assuming a constant rate of increase in output, an individual firm could not alter its fixed plant at a parallel constant rate, and if our data are at all reliable, it would appear that in the first half of the 19th century in Britain increases in capacity capable of dealing with the secularly increasing volume of output tended to occur largely in a few years of each decade. 38d. Boom, prosperity. The disequilibrium between prices and rates of profit in the two sectors, which appears from the start of economic recovery, is now transformed into disproportion between the rate of increase of their production, a disproportion opposite to that which occurred during the Depression. At first, the available capital will flow for preference towards the capital goods sector, the rate of profit in this sector being the higher. Furthermore, the accelerator principle starts to operate. 39. We know that a very limited proportion of fixed capital is used up and renewed during each production cycle. This proportion is determined by the relative longevity of fixed capital. Let us suppose that its average age is 10 years. That means that the value of the total production of a one-year cycle contains only % of the value of all the fixed capital available to society. If we assume that the value of the annual product is 1,500 million, of which 500 represents the value of fixed capital used up, a stock of fixed capital to the value of 5,000 is implied. If all the fixed capital in existence is already fully employed in ensuring an annual production of 1,500, an increase of this production from 1,500 to 1,800, or an increase in overall demand in the same proportion, requires the installation of fresh fixed capital to the value not of IOO but of 1,000, % of which, or I00, will be embodied in the value of the extra production of 300. The increasing of production by 20% thus requires that the current production of fixed capital be tripled. The manufacture of new industrial plant, the capital goods sector, then experiences a burst of frenzied activity. Production in this sector increases more markedly than in the consumer goods sector. 40. This feverish development of the capital goods sector again sets going the multiplier principle and makes it possible to absorb the bulk of the unemployed labor. It again increases the purchasing power available for consumer goods, and even causes a temporary shortage of these goods, which once more stimulates investment and the purchase of fixed capital in this sector. Full employment comes about. Wages start to rise, though not so fast as prices, and for this reason the rate of surplus value continues to rise, and in fact real wages decline or stagnate at the beginning of the boom. 41. Given that in both sectors supply is less than demand, the firms with the highest level of productivity realize lush super profits. In general, the high level of the rate of profit favors vigorous activity in the 354 fields of investment, speculation, and credit. The capital hoarded during the Depression is progressively absorbed into economic activity, and consequently the rate of interest starts to recover. But the banks give circulation credit all the more readily because many firms are working on orders, that is, with guaranteed outlets. The discount rate thus remains comparatively low. The more enterprises producing capital goods finish re-equipping themselves and begin to fulfill the orders that have piled up, the more equipment, and consequently production, increases in the consumer goods sector. At a certain profit it becomes sufficient to meet the increased demand caused by full employment. At this moment, one might suppose that these enterprises would start progressively reducing their orders for capital goods. But the orders for these goods placed earlier have only just been fulfilled. The delay between the moment when an order is placed and the moment when it is fulfilled thus plays an important role in the preparation of the crisis. See Aftayan, Tinbergen, Frisch on the cycle of shipbuilding, Kalecki, Hansen, etc. The cycle thus reaches here its first critical point. The industries producing consumer goods ought now to halt all expansion of production, and even begin to reduce it. Such a rational attitude on their part is impossible, however, and not only because of the anarchy of production, which means that each enterprise waits for its competitor to give ground, and hopes that it will itself attain a maximum of profit with a maximum of sales and production. This rationality is also ruled out by the dictation of production for profit. These enterprises have just re-equipped themselves. A restriction of production would increase depreciation charges on current production. It would reduce the rate of profit. Wages have been rising since full employment has been attained. There is therefore a risk that the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit will fall, a risk that the capitalists try to offset by rationalization, more intensive use of the productive apparatus, and intensification of effort on the part of the producers, all of which implies an increase in production. 42 The gradual recovery of the rate of interest likewise reduces the rate of entrepreneurs' profit. The increase in the amount of profit needed to offset the lowering of this rate again implies increased production. 43 Finally, it must not be forgotten that it is very difficult for the capitalists of the consumer goods sector to know at what moment exactly the point of equilibrium between the supply of their products and the demand for them has been reached. When this point comes, few men are aware of the fact, because the volume of commodities offered for sale does not indicate either the large volume in the making or the invisible supply in the hands of peculiares. On account of the time it takes to produce commodities and get them into the shops, the markets do not feel the full effects of maximum productivity until months after that stage has been reached. Production, therefore, continues at a high rate, and the volume of commodities coming upon the market, as a result of loans previously made, continues to increase. As there is a limit, however, to the expansion of bank credit, the time comes when there is a decrease in the amount of money advanced by banks to producers, that reaches consumers' hands. 44. When the total amount of purchasing power available for consumer goods has already ceased to increase, a considerable part of current production still goes on being sold. The shopkeepers and the firms in the intermediate stages of production have to replenish their stocks, exhausted at the end of the depression and throughout the recovery and the boom. The increase in their sales encourages industrialists to undertake a fresh increase in production, which may thus coincide with a stagnation or even a slight shrinkage of ultimate consumption, at any rate during an initial period. The slump, the turn towards depression. The disequilibrium between the capital goods sector and the consumer goods sector, which first shows itself in the sphere of prices and the rate of profit, thus spreads more and more into the sphere of production and then into that of demand, sales, and markets. Full employment having been attained, the total amount of purchasing power for consumer goods does not increase any further, or at best, very little. On the other hand, the production of these same goods continues to increase throughout an entire period, for the reasons indicated above. There is a suggestion here that the accumulated financial difficulties are accompanied, perhaps in part produced, by a slower growth of distribution or, more correctly, sales to consumers, at the same time that physical output is growing faster. 48 Stocks thus begin to grow, first at the final stage, retail trade, then at the intermediate stages, finally in the industrial enterprises themselves. As this increase in stocks develops, the industrialists and traders to whom it is happening resist any immediate lowering of prices which would mean for them a reduction in the value of their stock, that is, a serious loss. They therefore increasingly apply to the banks, to get circulation credit. The banks themselves, which have already extended substantial credit to the enterprises in this sector, put off as long as possible any refusal of credit, which would risk bringing about the bankruptcy of these enterprises and so the loss of the capital already lent. A regular credit inflation thus occurs, a dangerous tension of the whole system, linked with many phenomena of speculation and pure and simple swindling, which flourish in the boom atmosphere. This tension on the money market and the finance market comes just before the reversal of the conjuncture, and is marked by a sharp rise in the rate of interest. 49. The entrepreneurs are now obliged to put off, further and further, the carrying out of their current investment projects. They have to use as circulating capital a part of the money capital intended for these investments. Their orders for capital goods thus fall off more and more, while production stagnates or starts to decline in the consumer goods sector. Thus, the production of consumer goods reaches its climax, stagnates, or even starts to fall off, before the same phenomenon occurs in the capital goods sector. 50. We have now reached the second critical point in the cycle. The enterprises in the capital goods sector re-equip themselves at the beginning of the cycle, so as to be able to meet orders for increased fixed capital coming from the consumer goods sector. It is enough for this increase to come to a halt for phenomena of overproduction to start appearing in the capital goods sector, for the industries of this sector to begin working below their new maximum production capacity. Furthermore, a slowing down in the rate of increase in investments leads to the same result. The rhythm of production in the industries producing equipment is governed by the expansion of production in the industries making consumer goods. If the latter stop expanding, the former lose part of their markets and are forced to cut down their activity, even supposing they can obtain the funds they need in order to keep their production up to the former level. 51. The enterprises in this sector, too, have recently made substantial investments, they thus have substantial amounts of capital to depreciate. They work much more with borrowed capital than do the enterprises in the other sector, since it is into them that available money capital has mainly flowed, attracted by a higher rate of profit. The rise in the rate of interest resulting from the increasing shortage which becomes apparent on the capital market * will thus hit them harder than the enterprises in the consumer goods sector. This will be felt all the more severely because about the same time the rate of profit will likewise tend to decline, owing to the rise in overheads, the rise in wages, overtime, etc., the increase in wastage, etc. 52. In view of the emptying of their order books, these enterprises find themselves compelled, in turn, to restrict production, dismiss some of their employees, and adopt other economy measures. But all this means that the volume of purchasing power distributed by the sector tends to decline. There results from this, so far as consumer goods are concerned, a real decline in demand, a fresh increase in stocks, a further shrinkage in production, a new fall in profits. At a certain point in this cumulative process of shrinkage, disequilibrium necessarily extends to the last phase, that of credit. Demand for circulation credit is accumulating on every side. The supply of money capital, however, declines, because the difference between the rate of profit and the rate of interest disappears. In the face of the increase in stocks and the stagnation in sales, the enterprises are, moreover, continually short of ready money, they draw out their bank deposits, and they sell off their property and securities, etc. 53. Finally, all the reserves accumulated during the previous period of stagnation have been absorbed in the feverish activity of the boom. It is thus inevitable that during such a process the disequilibrium between supply of and demand for money capital should to a certain extent cause a stoppage in the expansion of the credit system. The banks start to refuse new requests for circulation credit, except at more and more exorbitant rates. Rates of interest and discount rates both increase rapidly. Bankruptcies occur in increasing numbers, debtors dragging down creditors. Soon an avalanche sets in. Hundreds of enterprises shut their doors and dismiss their workers. In order to find the ready money which has suddenly become the only thing capable of keeping the worst disasters at bay, enterprises are forced to sell off their stocks at any price. Prices collapse, profits vanish, a new wave of bankruptcy spreads. Prices, profits, production, incomes, employment, fall to an abnormally low level. The extension of the basis of capitalist production. Our analysis of the cyclical progress of capitalist economy is based on the typical behavior of capitalist enterprises, who at any moment of the cycle are seeking the maximum profit, under the whip of competition, without troubling themselves about the system or the market as a whole. But how does it happen that the periodical occurrence of crises does not induce enterprises to be more prudent, that is, to restrict their investments when recovery comes, so as to avoid overproduction at the end of the boom? How, in other words, does it come about that booms are every time as feverish and exaggerated as before, leading every time to an especially disagreeable collapse? This question is all the more justified because the sectors especially subject to fluctuations in demand during the cycle do learn to adapt themselves to these fluctuations. Producers becoming familiar with the recurrent shift of demand in the course of the cyclical phases, learn to provide for the peak demand of prosperity. Industries more subject than others to such fluctuations, which we shall call cyclical industries, are particularly likely to do this. They will set up productive capacity which is intended to be fully used only in times of prosperity. 56. It is not as though such foresight on the part of the capitalists could prevent the cyclical development of the economy. We have seen that the mere fact of the periodical renewal of fixed capital, determined by its expectation of life, is enough to account for this cyclical pattern. But the question that arises is this: why do we not simply see the renewal of fixed capital at the start of each recovery phase, accompanied by investment which broadly corresponds to the increase in population during the cycle? Why do we see, instead, a substantial expansion in production capacity preceding by leaps, which, through the working of the accelerator principle, causes booms in the strict sense of the word? Historically, there is only one reply to this question. The cyclical development of capitalist economy becomes particularly feverish through the extension of the basis of this economy at the beginning of each recovery, and this happens through the sudden appearance of new markets for important sectors of industry, which thus stimulates the activity of the capital goods industry. These new markets may result either from the geographical extension of capitalist production. 57, penetration into a non-capitalist milieu. This rise in the rate of interest, the inadequacy of the expansion of demand for consumer goods, the appearance of excess capacity, owing to the shortage of labor. We have commented on the operation of three of these four factors, even if not in the same order as Calder's. The fourth is quite exceptional. The influence of full employment is felt above all on the rate of profit. From the appearance of new sectors of production, technological progress, or from sudden leaps in relations between competitors, disappearance of a powerful competitor as a result of war, of technological backwardness, etc. To this must be added, in the 20th century, the role of replacement markets played essentially by the armaments orders of the state. Each successive boom in the history of capitalism can be explained in this way by such an extension of the basis of production. A. 1816-25 cycle. British industry conquers the markets of Latin America, building of gas works and canals in Britain, beginning of Belgium's industrialization. B. 1825-36 cycle. Rise in British exports to Latin America and USA, industrial expansion in Belgium, France, and the Rhineland, beginning of railway construction. C. 1836-47 cycle. Rise in British exports to Asia, especially to India and China, after the Opium War. Railway construction at a feverish pace throughout Western Europe. D. 1847-57 cycle. Expansion of the American market after the discovery of gold deposits in California. Railway building in the USA and throughout Europe. Establishment of new industries in the USA, in Germany, and in France. First expansion of joint stock companies. 1857-66 cycle. Expansion of the market in India and Egypt, especially through the development of cotton plantations, to replace the American cotton missing because of the American Civil War. 1866-73 cycle. Development of the iron and steel industry in Germany, Austria-Hungary, the USA, especially stimulated by the wars of 1866 and 1870-71. Great railway building boom in the USA. G. 1873-82 cycle. Feverish railway building in the USA and in Central Europe. Increase in naval construction. Expansion of markets in South America, Canada, and Australia, due to their mechanized agricultural production. H. 1882-91 cycle. Last big expansion in railway building in the USA, in Russia, and in Latin America, especially in Argentina. Export of British and French capital. Development of the African market. L. 1891-1900 cycle. Building of tramways throughout the world, building of railways in Russia, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, export of British, French and German capital. Development of the oil and electrical power industries. J. 1900-07 cycle. Expansion of the iron and steel industries, arms. Race, of naval construction, of tramways, of electric power stations and telephone networks. Development of the Turkish, North African and Middle Eastern markets. First development of heavy industry in Italy. Last wave of railway building in Africa and Asia K. 1907-13 cycle. Rise in iron and steel production, armaments, and naval construction. End of the tramway building boom. Development of the Middle East market. L. 1913-21 cycle. In the USA and Japan, feverish industrial construction, boom in iron and steel, naval construction, armaments industries, boom in the chemical industry in these countries, as also in Germany and Britain, first expansion of the motor car industry. M. 1921-29 cycle. Worldwide expansion of the motor car, rubber, oil, machine tool, electrical apparatus and chemical industries. Boom in American exports of capital, especially to Germany. N. 1929-37 cycle. Rise in the armaments industry, especially in Germany and Japan. Development of the Chinese and Latin American markets. First expansion of the aircraft industry. O. 1937-49 cycle. Expansion of the armaments industry in the USA, Canada, Australia, Germany, until 1944, and Britain. New division of world markets, especially in Western and Eastern Europe, Africa, Latin America, and the Far East. Expansion of the aircraft, electronics, and chemical industries. Beginnings of the atomic power industry. Industrialization of the underdeveloped countries. P. 1949-53 cycle. Expansion of the armaments and aircraft industries. Development of the atomic power industry. Renewed expansion of Germany heavy industry, focused on reconstruction needs. Development of the African market. Continued industrialization of the underdeveloped countries. Q. 1953-58 cycle. Expansion of the electronics, chemical, plastics, and engineering, industrial equipment of all kinds, industries. Capital construction for the armaments race and the industrialization of the underdeveloped countries. Boom in building development, expansion of consumer durable sectors in Europe, first large-scale development of automation. Underconsumption theories in the history of economic thought. Two great schools of explanation of the capitalist economic cycle are to be distinguished, the underconsumption school and the disproportionality school. Each puts its finger on a fundamental contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, but goes astray in isolating this contradiction from the other features of the system. In order to explain the periodical crises, the supporters of underconsumption theories start from the contradiction between the tendency to unlimited development of production and the tendency to limitation in consumption by the broad masses, a contradiction which is indeed characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. The periodical crises thus appear as crises of the realization of surplus value. The inadequacy of the purchasing power of the masses prevents them from buying all the goods manufactured during a particular period. The surplus value has been produced all right, but it remains crystallized in unsaleable commodities. Among the representatives of this school may be listed pre-Marxist socialists such as Owen, Sismondi, and Rodbertus, the Russian populists, and a series of Marx's own disciples, Koski, Rosa Luxemburg, Lucien Lauré, Fritz Sternberg, Otto Bauer, in his last work, Natalia Moskowska, Paul M. Sweezy, etc. Among non-Marxist representatives of this school may be mentioned Major Douglas, Professor Lederer, Foster, and Catchings, Hobson, and Keynes, along with some of the latter's followers, such as Professor Hamburg. The crudest defenders of this idea find the origin of crises in the fact that the workers receive as wages the equivalent of only part of the new value they produce. They forget that the other part of this value corresponds to the purchasing power of the bourgeois class, capitalist families and firms. Even a writer with such claims to scholarship as Fred Elsner writes in his work Die Wirtschaftskrisen, 59. It follows from this contradiction between the worker's role as producer of surplus value and his role as consumer or buyer on the market that the development of the market can never correspond to the extension of production. Demand always develops more slowly than supply under capitalist conditions of production. An idea like this does not explain why crises have to occur. It would rather serve to explain the permanence of overproduction, the impossibility of capitalism. The workers are not at all expected to buy all the commodities produced. On the contrary, the capitalist mode of production implies that a part of these commodities, namely, capital goods, is never bought by the workers, but always by the capitalists. In order to uphold the theory of underconsumption, one would have to show that under the capitalist mode of production the ratio between wages and the part of surplus value not transformed into constant capital, on the one hand, and the national income, on the other, is necessarily and periodically less than the ratio between the value of consumer goods and the value of production as a whole. This has never been shown in a convincing way. Rosa Luxemburg, 60, though she starts from similar considerations, raises the discussion to a level more worthy of interest by inquiring into the origins of accumulation, of expanded reproduction. Expanded reproduction means, in fact, that the capitalists withdraw from commodity circulation, at the end of a rotation cycle of capital, more value than they have introduced into production. This surplus is nothing else but realized surplus value. Now, Rosa Luxemburg goes on, both the workers' wages, variable capital, and the replacement value of the machinery and raw material used up in production, constant capital, were advanced by the capitalists. As for the capitalists' unproductive consumption, the unaccumulated part of surplus value, this is also paid for by the capitalists themselves. If, then, the whole of production were bought by the workers and the capitalists, that would simply mean that the capitalists recovered funds they had themselves put into circulation, and bought their own surpluses from each other. This would make sense if one were to look on each capitalist enterprise as an isolated unit. But for the capitalist order taken as a whole, the conclusion seems absurd. This capitalist order presents a picture of increase in wealth, in the value accumulated by the capitalist class, an increase which cannot be the result of exchange between capitalists. Rosa Luxemburg concludes, therefore, that the realization of surplus value is possible only to the extent that non-capitalist markets are open to the capitalist mode of production. She sees these markets above all in the purchasing power of the non-capitalist classes, peasants, within the capitalist countries and in the external trade of the latter with non-capitalist countries. It is certain that, historically, the capitalist regime was born and developed within a non-capitalist setting. It is no less certain that the extension of its basis received a particularly dynamic stimulus from the conquest of fresh space. But from that it does not follow that if a non-capitalist setting is absent then surplus value cannot be realized. Rosa Luxemburg's mistake lies in treating the world capitalist class as a whole, i.e. in leaving out competition. It is true that Marx, in his calculations of the average rate of profit in Volume 3 of Capital, also starts from the capitalist class as a whole, and Rosa quotes this reference triumphantly, to confirm her view. 62 But she seems to be unaware that in his overall plan for capital Marx stressed that crises fall outside the sphere of capital taken as a whole, they result precisely from the phenomena which he calls those of different capitals, i.e. competition. It is competition that determines the whole dynamic, all the laws of development, of capitalism. Now, competition implies exchange of commodities with other capitalists. This shift of value within the capitalist class may very well be at the basis of the realization of surplus value. Within the setting of these exchanges between capitalists, the totality of the capitalist class may see its total profits increase, realized successively by the circulation of one and the same sum of money. It is the unevenness of the rate of development 63 as between different countries, different sectors, and different enterprises that is the driving force of the expansion of capitalist markets, without non-capitalist classes necessarily having to be brought in. This is what explains how expanded reproduction can go on even without any non-capitalist setting, how under these conditions the realization of surplus value takes place through a marked accentuation of the concentration of capital. In practice, exchanges with non-capitalist surroundings are only one aspect of the uneven development of capitalism. Critique of models of underconsumption. Several writers have tried to give a more subtle form, supported by figures, to the theory of underconsumption, that is, of the impossibility of realizing surplus value as the ultimate cause of periodical crises. Otto Bauer, in his last work, Leon Sartre, Paul M. Sweezy and Fritz Sternberg provide the most interesting examples. Nevertheless, these various models, arithmetical or algebraic, of underconsummation all suffer from a common weakness. They always beg the question by regarding as already shown, in their exposition of the problem, the solution which they wish to offer. Thus, Paul M. Sweezy 64 sets up his model by starting from the assumption that a certain increase in the value of the production of capital goods is necessarily accompanied by a proportionately increased production capacity of consumer goods. In other words, the value I. If one starts from this assumption, the necessity of the overproduction of consumer goods is, of course, proved, since it is already contained in the assumption. Otto Bauer 05 follows a similar line of reasoning. He deduces the inevitability of the crisis from the fact that constant capital accumulates more rapidly than the need of constant capital for the production of the extra consumer goods bought by the extra workers taken on in the course of expanded reproduction. This follows logically from the employment of an increasing rate of surplus value. But Otto Bauer's model presumes that society absorbs new constant capital only in the same proportion as it increases its ultimate consumption. It thus presupposes a stable proportion between the value of production in the two sectors, which is just what has to be proved. It should be observed that Otto Bauer is the first Marxist writer to introduce the idea of stock of existing fixed capital, total production capacity, and rate of technical progress into his model. These two ideas have been extensively used by the neo-Keynesian and econometric school, notably by Harrod, Domar, Pilvin, and Hamburg *. On Sartre here we have not only question begging but also an error of reasoning. Sartre, like Sternberg, deduces from capitalist competition the maintenance of a constant proportion between the productive forces engaged in the two sectors. This is a mechanistic, idyllic idea of competition. The latter does not at all lead to equalization of the organic composition of capital in all sectors. On the contrary, it leads to an overall increase in the organic composition of capital, and thereby to a relative redistribution of the productive forces, in favor of the capital goods sector. This is one of the fundamental hypotheses of Marxism, which is moreover confirmed by statistical data *. But if one incorporates this assumption in a model of the cycle, all notion of a constant proportion between the value of production in the two sectors collapses, and therewith all mathematical demonstration of the inevitable overproduction of consumer goods through underconsumption. Sternberg's theoretical model is the most interesting one. He proceeds from a twofold basis: on the one hand, the mathematical formulae illustrating expanded reproduction in volume 2 of capital, and on the other, the very nature of competition. When she studied the formulae of expanded reproduction used by Marx in volume 2 of Capital, Rosa Luxemburg had already insisted on the fact that equilibrium of exchange between the two sectors was made possible only by the fact that the rate of accumulation, which was 50% of the surplus value in sector I, fell during the same cycle to 20% of the surplus value in sector 2. Sternberg 69 takes up this critique and carries it further. He declares that this inequality between the two rates of accumulation is indispensable for the achievement of equilibrium between the two sectors, with increasing organic composition of capital in both sectors. Sternberg goes on to say that there is no reason to suppose that the rate of accumulation of capital would be different in the two sectors. This rate would be equalized through capitalist competition. In his formula, the disequilibrium results, however, not from an equal rate of accumulation in the two sectors but from the opposition between an equal rate of accumulation and a different organic composition of capital in I and II. Now, both theory and empirically established data confirm to us that this organic composition of capital must actually be different in these two sectors. It is enough, under these conditions, to follow the working of competition to understand that the rate of accumulation must also be lower in Sector 2. The capitalists of Sector I in fact annex part of the surplus value produced by the workers of Sector 2, because they exploit the fact that they are technologically ahead of light industry. This conclusion, which fits the facts, leaves Sternberg's argument without a leg to stand on. Theories of disproportionality. The other school of economics sees the fundamental cause of crisis in the anarchy of production, which periodically upsets the conditions of equilibrium between the two main sectors, that of consumer goods and that of capital goods, conditions which we have explained in Chapter 10. In this category can be placed those disciples of Marx such as the Russian legal Marxists Tikhon Baranovsky and Bulgakov, the Austrians Hilferding and Otto Bauer, in his youthful writings, the Pole Henryk Grossman, the Soviet theoretician Bukharin, etc. Among the non-Marxist economists of this school special mention must be made of Avtalion, Schumpeter, and Spyatov. All these theoreticians see the origin of crises in the fact that each entrepreneur endeavors to increase his own profits to the utmost, without taking into account, in his investments, the tendencies of the market as a whole. It follows logically from this idea that if the capitalists were capable of investing rationally, i.e. so as to maintain proportions of equilibrium between the two main sectors of production, crises could be avoided. Some theoreticians have even claimed that the production of capital goods could be separated completely from the ultimate consumption of consumer goods and that it would be quite possible to imagine a system in which the whole of economic activity consisted exclusively in the making of machines to make machines, without the consumption of consumer goods coming into the system, so to speak. The American economist Myron W. Watkins writes, "It may be asked, is there no economic limit to the deferment of consumption? The answer is that there is none, save the continuance of such consumption as is essential to the proper sustenance of life." In economic theory, the indefinite extension of the roundabout process of production is a logical aim. A society is conceivable in which men may for several generations, which means indefinitely, be content to get along with salt, bread, milk, and a loincloth the while they are industriously and profitably engaged in the production of machines and equipment of every sort. 71. What we have here is obviously an absurd idea. No maker of textile machinery is going to double his production capacity, if analysis of the market shows him that no expansion of sales of textile products is expected, since stocks are already fully adequate. The ultimate aim of accumulation of capital is of course to increase the production of consumer goods. 72. The production of capital goods may separate itself for a whole period from this initial basis and undergo a big expansion without for the moment worrying about the increase in ultimate consumption. But it is precisely this momentary separation that has to be paid for in the form of a crisis. It is, moreover, false to suppose that rational organization of investment in a capitalist society, i.e. the regulation of competition, could fully do away with economic fluctuations. Experience, notably that of German and Japanese war economy, has given striking proof of this. No reasoning will lead all the capitalists to restrict their production voluntarily when demand exceeds supply. No logic will induce them to maintain their investments at an average level, at the moment when their current production is no longer being absorbed by the market. To eliminate crises completely, the entire cyclical development of production must be abolished, i.e. every element of uneven development, i.e. all competition, all endeavor to increase the rate of profit and of surplus value, i.e. everything that is capitalist in production. The anarchy of capitalist production therefore cannot be regarded as a cause in itself, independent of all the other characteristics of this mode of production, independent in particular of the contradiction between production and consumption which is a distinctive feature of capitalism. The supporters of the disproportionality theory forget, moreover, that a certain proportion between production and consumption, not a stable proportion, as the supporters of the underconsumption theory suppose, between the production capacity of the entire productive apparatus, the production capacity of consumer goods and the purchasing power available for these same goods, is inherent in the conditions of proportionality necessary for avoiding a crisis, and that these conditions can never be realized for a long period under capitalism. It is to be observed that some supporters of the underconsumption theory, carried away by the symmetrical beauty of their numerical models, have arrived at conclusions very close to those of Tagon-Baranovsky and co. This in particular is what has happened to Jean Sartre, who writes, "One may wonder what would become of capitalism if a well-informed economic dictatorship were to insist that an increasing share of the accumulated surplus value at the disposal of the consumer goods industries be invested in the capital goods industries, to the same extent as purchasing power shifted in that direction. If this happened," Tagon-Baranovsky rightly says, basing himself on the diagram, equilibrium would be maintained. The result would be a perfectly viable economy in which the production of means of production would increase faster and faster and that of consumer goods would grow only very slowly. But a capitalism like this, producing means of production only so as to produce more means of production, remains in the world of theory, being impracticable under a competitive system. 73. And Bukharin also upheld the view that a state capitalism would know no more periodical crises of overproduction. 74. Such solutions would be impracticable not only because of the impossibility of establishing a universal trust embracing all enterprises but also because of the technological ratio that exists between a certain production capacity and a production capacity of consumer goods. They would be impracticable because it is impossible, as we have shown above, completely to separate production from consumption, which remains its ultimate purpose. They would be impracticable because no logic would induce the capitalists to buy more and more machinery at a time when the production capacity of their machinery already exceeds the market's capacity to absorb consumer goods. Outline of a synthesis. An attempt at synthesizing underconsumption theories and theories of disproportionality has been undertaken by a whole school, which bases itself on the accelerator principle, Aftalion and Bounetian in France, Harrod in Britain, J. M. Clark and S. Kuznets in the USA, etc. This attempt has been continued by synthesizing the multiplier principle with the accelerator principle, as is done by the neo-Keynesian econometry school, notably Samuelson, Goodwin, Hicks, Kalecki, Harrod, and Joan Robinson. These syntheses, excessively simplified, succeed merely in showing the basic instability of the capitalist system. They are only distant approaches to the real cycle, to the understanding of which they nevertheless make important contributions. To show how this synthesis should be undertaken in Marxist terms, we must briefly reformulate the incorrect views about the ultimate causes of crises, which are, let us repeat, crises of an economy which aims at profit realized by selling commodities. 1. The vulgar supporters of the underconsumption theory declare that crisis could be avoided by increasing the workers' purchasing power during the last phase of the boom. These theoreticians forget that the capitalists do not work simply in order to sell, but to sell at a profit. And when wages are raised at a moment when the rate of profit is already declining, the latter risks collapsing altogether. Far from prolonging the boom, this additional increase in wages would strangle it. 2. The vulgar supporters of disproportionality theories, and especially the supporters of what is called the underaccumulation school, von Hayek, von Mises, Pigou, Hawtrey, etc., declare that a crisis could be prevented if one were to resist any fall in the rate of profit during the last phase of the boom, for example, by freezing wages, reducing excessively high rates of interest, attempting to prevent any distortion of prices, etc. But these theoreticians forget that if the rate of profit rises at the same time as markets are shrinking, this will not stop investment from slowing down. What interests the entrepreneur, indeed, is not the theoretical profit he can deduce from a certain rate of wages, a certain rate of interest and certain costs of production, but the real profit he expects to realize when he compares costs of production with the selling possibilities of his goods. High income and profit levels may be a necessary condition of investment, but they cannot be considered a sufficient one. It is questionable whether business firms have so little acumen as to expand capacity on the basis of currently high profits alone. Unless they have been operating at full capacity, with order backlogs piling up, and have been unable or unwilling to expand in the absence of more equity funds, or unless they anticipate further growth in sales, induced investment is likely to contract at the peak of a boom even in the face of high profits. 76 and Moulton 77 opportunely recalls an example from history relevant to this subject. The increasing concentration of income in the higher brackets and also the rising level of urban incomes generally were serving more or less automatically between 1919 and 1929 to increase the proportion of the aggregate national income set aside as money savings. That is, although the current income into trade and service channels continued to expand, it expanded less rapidly than the flow of funds into investment channels. While an abundance of funds was thus available with which to construct new plant and equipment, it was evidently clear to business enterprisers that prospective consumptive demands were not sufficiently large to warrant as much expansion as the available funds made possible. There are, then, two simultaneously needed conditions for economic recovery and the beginning of a boom: an increasing rate of profit and expanding real markets. At the start of the economic cycle, these two conditions may coincide for a certain number of reasons: reduction in the organic composition of capital, a larger number of workers with the same amount of equipment, comparatively low wages, increase in the rate of surplus value, acceleration of the velocity of rotation of capital, on the one hand, and the other, increase in the overall purchasing power of the wage earners as a whole, through the return of the unemployed to employment. Investment of funds saved during the crisis and the depression, notably depreciation funds, and increasing profits quickly realized. But the same forces that bring about the coincidence of these two factors at the start of the cycle undermine their existence more and more as the cycle progresses, and bring about their collapse towards the end of the cycle. We have already examined, above, the conditions which determine a fall in the rate of profit towards the end of the boom: increase in the organic composition of capital, fall in the rate of surplus value, slowing down of the velocity of rotation of capital, credit becoming more expensive, increased overhead charges, rising wages, etc. We must now look at what happens as regards markets. Demand for consumer goods rises very little after full employment has been more or less attained. As for capital goods, when the renewal of fixed capital has been completed, industry is re-equipped with a production capacity exceeding the possibilities of absorption by the market. New investment becomes increasingly improbable. Shrinkage of markets thus takes place in both sectors. The coincidence of the fall in the rate of profit with the shrinkage of markets brings about the crisis. Is there general overproduction at the moment of the crisis? Undoubtedly there is. It follows necessarily from the two basic aspects of the boom. Economic recovery, by causing a rise in the rate of surplus value and a rise in the rate of profit, changes the allocation of the national income among the classes, to the advantage of the bourgeoisie and at the expense of the wage earners. Many writers confirm this opinion: Haberler, Schumpeter, Lederer, Foster, and Catchings, Hobson, Moskowska, Hicks, etc. 78 Sombart expresses the idea like this. It is the conjuncture of expansion itself, which, in periods of recovery, has the effect that wages do not rise to the same extent as surplus value, owing to the rise in prices. This also, by regular movements of contraction, by expelling workers from the production process, is what fills up the labor market to the desired degree, so creating the industrial reserve army which prevents an excessive rise in wages. 80 But at the same time as the wage earner's share of the national income relatively falls, the production capacity of the industries producing consumer goods is constantly growing. The moment has to come at which the increase in this production capacity exceeds the level of demand. Furthermore, the increase in the production capacity of the sector producing capital goods corresponds to the need for renewing a substantial part of the fixed capital of all industry. When this renewal has been achieved, Sector I will be able to avoid overproduction only on condition that investment continues at the same pace, which is obviously not possible. 81 Society's greatly increased production capacity cannot be used to a more or less complete extent until after a preliminary destruction of value, adaptation of the value of the commodities to the new amount of labor socially necessary to produce them, a smaller amount than that which determined the previous level of value of these commodities. The collapse of the boom is thus the collapse of the attempt to maintain the former level of values, prices, and rates of profit with an increased quantity of capital. It is the conflict between the conditions for the accumulation of capital and for its realization, which is merely the unfolding of all the contradictions inherent in capitalism, all of which enter into this explanation of crises, contradictions between the great development of production capacity and the not so great development of the consumption capacity of the broad masses, contradictions arising from the anarchy of production resulting from competition, the increase in the organic composition of capital and the fall in the rate of profit, contradictions between the increasing socialization of production and the private form of appropriation *. The conditions of capitalist expansion. The historical conditions which ensure the expansion of the capitalist mode of production, have already been explained above. They arise essentially from the uneven development of different sectors, branches, and countries drawn into the capitalist market. The creation of the world market, which precedes the great advance of the capitalist mode of production, establishes the general setting for this uneven development. The latter shows itself in a. Unevenness of development as between industry and agriculture. As industry develops, its commodities drive out the products of the domestic and craft labor of the peasantry, ruining a section of the country people, who become proletarians and form a mass of labor available to expanding industry. The value of industrial production increases as compared with that of agricultural production, the industrial labor force increases as compared with the number of persons occupied in agriculture. The peasants buy more means of production, which previously they made for themselves, from large-scale industry, which buys raw material from the peasants, though in smaller proportions. b. Unevenness of development as between the countries first to be industrialist and the colonial and semi-colonial countries. The industry of the first industrialist countries destroys the craft and domestic production of the colonial and semi-colonial countries, which are transformed into markets of the advanced countries. The labor power released as a result of this destruction of the age-old equilibrium between agriculture and industry cannot find occupation in an expanding national industry, because it is the expansion of industry in the metropolitan country that has made it possible to conquer this market. In consequence, there appear the related phenomena of chronic underemployment and pressure of overpopulation on the land. The results come quickly. In 1813 Calcutta exported £2 million worth of cotton goods, in 1830 it imported cotton goods to the same value. The import of cotton goods into India as a whole rose from £8 million in 1859 to £16 million in 1877 and £20 million in 1901, that of silks from £1 4 million to £7 million and £16 million, and that of cotton thread from £1 7 million to £2 8 million. At the same time India became more and more agricultural, and in the same period 1850 to 1877 the export of raw cotton increased from £4 million to £13 million, that of jute from £0.9 million to £3 million, that of tea from £0.15 million to £2.6 million, and that of oil from £2.5 million to £5.4 million. 82. A combination of four obstacles to the capitalist industrialization of the colonial and semi-colonial countries resulted: competition from commodities produced in the metropolitan country, competition between the very cheap local labor power and modern machinery, shortage of capital owing to investment of the accumulated income of the ruling class in landed property, and lack of adequate internal markets such as would make possible a rapid development of some industrial sectors. C. Unevenness of development as between different branches of industry, especially between declining ones and those which are on the upgrade owing to successive technological revolutions. The declining branches see their markets, their turnover, the numbers employed in them, getting smaller and smaller, at first relatively, then absolutely. After trying to defend themselves by increasing the organic composition of capital and reducing prices, relatively or absolutely, they submit, and henceforth renew only part of their fixed capital. A share of the surplus value and the depreciation funds of these sectors spills onto the capital market, attracted by the sectors which are expanding rapidly. The latter carve themselves a place in the market by tearing resources, fixed capital, raw material, purchasing power, from the existing sectors, either by slowing down the growth of some of them or else by causing absolute setbacks to others. D. Unevenness of development as between different parts of a single country. This phenomenon, usually underestimated in Marxist economic writing, is in reality one of the essential keys to the understanding of expanded reproduction. By creating depressed areas within the capitalist nations, the capitalist mode of production itself creates its own complementary markets, as well as its permanent reserves of labor power. This happened with Scotland and Wales in Britain. The southern states in the USA, the eastern and southern parts of Germany, Flanders in Belgium, Slovakia in Czechoslovakia, the south in Italy, the south and the north in the Netherlands, France south of the Loire, and so on. What is characteristic of the spasmodic, unequal, contradictory development of the capitalist mode of production is that it cannot industrialize systematically and harmoniously the whole of a large country. The gradual abolition of old depressed areas is itself accompanied by the appearance of new depressed areas: New England in the USA, the Borinage and the Île-et-Louvière region in Belgium, Lancashire in Britain, Haute-Loire in France, Genoa in Italy, etc. The irony of history is such that often these new depressed areas were formerly the cradles of capitalist industry in these countries. No growth without fluctuations. Since the great crisis of I-929, the idea of a harmonious and balanced development of the capitalist order has finally fallen into discredit. The most fashionable bourgeois writers, such as Schumpeter, have, like Marx, put stress on the basic instability of the capitalist mode of production. For Schumpeter, this instability results from the fact that innovation, i.e. the application of technical discoveries to industry, cannot be spread evenly over the whole duration of the economic cycle, but tends to be concentrated in certain spaced-out periods. 83. For the econometric eons, the basic instability of the mode of production results from the fact that the conditions needed for unbroken growth are unrealizable in practice, owing to the special nature. 374. of investment under capitalism. The system will not remain in progressive equilibrium unless it is completely adjusted to it. A system is unlikely to be completely adjusted in a progressive equilibrium until it has been in approximate equilibrium for a long time. It is not sufficient that the capital stock should be adjusted to current output, it is also necessary that it should fall due for replacement at the right dates. The induced investment of the future, which is already preconditioned, to a considerable extent, by past changes in output, the effects of which are embodied in existing equipment, must be such as to be consistent with steady development. 85 Joan Robinson makes the same point. An economy which existed in a state of tranquility, lucidity, and harmony would be devoted to the production and consumption of wealth in a rational manner. It is only necessary to describe these conditions to see how remote they are from the states in which actual economies dwell. Capitalism, in particular, could never have come into existence in such conditions, for the divorce between work and property, which makes large-scale enterprise possible, entails conflict, and the rules of the game have been developed precisely to make accumulation and technical progress possible in conditions of uncertainty and imperfect knowledge. 86 And, further, for each individual entrepreneur the future is uncertain even when the economy as a whole is developing smoothly, and the actions of each entrepreneur affect the situation for the rest. For this reason there is an inherent instability, under the capitalist rules of the game, which generates fluctuations, so to say, from within the economy, quite apart from any change in external circumstances. The typical entrepreneur, as soon as he finds his existing capacity operating at what seems to him a reasonable rate of profit, wants to operate more capacity. Unless investment just hits off the golden age rate, at which demand grows with capacity, or unless it is effectively controlled, it will always be oscillating, for whenever it happens to rise it generates a seller's market, and so stimulates a further rise. 87 Writers who conscientiously try to emphasize the advantages of the capitalist mode of production as the most progressive mode of production, like Arthur F. Burns and David McCord Wright, have taken a step further and declared that it is impossible to conceive of an economy open to the benefits of technological progress or possessing a substantial stock of fixed capital which would not be subject to fluctuations. According to them, the choice is not between progress with or without fluctuations but rather between progress with fluctuations and complete stagnation. Thus, David McCord Wright writes, the fundamental cause of the business cycle is the failure of changes in taste and technique to occur at rates which smoothly offset one another. It is durability of equipment plus asymmetrical changeability of wants plus inevitable frictions plus consumer sovereignty, which produces the business cycle. Any growing society which wants to meet the pattern of consumer spending will inevitably suffer certain instabilities and insecurities. 88 Let us first of all throw Noah's garment over the most absurd aspect of this apologia, namely, the allegation that the innovations which bring the big waves of investment result from changes in taste on the part of the consumer. It was not, after all, the need to have a car that created the motor car industry, it was this industry that created the need to have a car. It is the investment of enormous amounts of capital in new sectors of industry, and, to a subsidiary extent, publicity for their products, that changes the taste of consumers, and not the changing taste of consumers that brings about the flow of enormous amounts of capital into certain sectors, or, even less, technical inventions. But would these innovations not occur in an irregular way in a planned economy, a socialist economy, would not the durability of industrial equipment bring about equally in such an economy the phenomenon of overproduction, through the need to meet sudden demands, e.g. the introduction of color television, or the effect of a sudden increase in the population on the building industry, etc. According to McCord Wright, 90 Any economic system has a choice only between two evils, either to keep up the planned pace of growth, of production, in these sectors, and so provoke prolonged irritation on the part of the consumers, reflected in a rise in prices, etc., or else to increase rapidly the rate of progress of production by exceptional investments, and so expose oneself to over-equipment, the appearance of excess capacity, from the moment when the exceptional demand has been Satisfied, e.g. when all the extra population has been provided with housing, and the demand for renewal declines owing to a changed age structure of this same population. Arthur F. Bums had already set forth the same view in his article Long Cycles in Construction, published in 1935 and reproduced in his collection Frontiers of Economic Knowledge, 1954. He there explains the instability of the demand for housing in a collectivist society, and strives to show that such a society would experience marked cyclical fluctuations in the building trade. 91. But his entire argument is based on a simplistic assumption, namely, that what is available to each family must remain fixed and that house building fluctuates exclusively in accordance with fluctuations in the population, and the more or less correct forecasting of this. From the moment when we abandon this assumption and accept, on the contrary, that planned economy has a twofold aim: first and foremost, to provide each family with the indispensable housing unit, constituting the minimum standard of comfort, but then, after that, to bring the minimum standard of housing up to the optimum standard, from the standpoint of comfort, town planning, hygiene, upbringing of children, etc. The whole of Burns' theory collapses. As soon as a surplus of capacity, in relation to immediate needs, makes its appearance, this capacity can be used to bring about an improvement in the living conditions of part of the population. And as one may reasonably assume that this optimum itself has a tendency to rise, as a result of scientific and technical progress, no excess capacity is conceivable for a long period of time. McCord writes mistake is exactly the same. In order to demonstrate the fluctuations inevitable in a planned economy, he imagines an economy which has abolished only one aspect of capitalism, private ownership of the means of production, while retaining all its other aspects. Thus, when a backlog of demand has been satisfied, he sees no other result than overproduction or excess capacity. It does not occur to him that it would be possible to make an additional and new range of consumer goods available to society when the productive apparatus is hypertrophied. He does not realize that one can adapt it to need by reducing the producer's working time. When he brings in an absolute excess capacity without the possibility of making new products, he does not realize that the putting into reserve of part of this machinery would be accompanied by no reduction of consumption or income for society, and so by no economic fluctuation, since this withdrawal of machinery would have been caused precisely by the fact that the real needs, and not merely effective monetary demand, of society had been previously and completely satisfied. The fluctuations of production which entail fluctuations in income and consumption, through overproduction of commodities, and which thus imply periodical unemployment and poverty, are peculiar to capitalism. They did not exist before capitalism, and they will not survive it. T.